Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, and Big Red Andy Reid. You just have to, because there's no world in which you could root for your division rival to win a championship.
Maybe it's because I impersonated Dan Campbell. Maybe it's because the Rams threw me and Jared Goff and my entire city in the trash can, and I have alignment there. But, yeah, I would like to see them win if it couldn't be the Packers.
More with Lions fan Michelle Smallman coming up. We're on Sportsmanlike on ESPN Radio.
Go Pack Go. Love you.
Unless it's the Lions.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
The new year is here. Time for change. Start a recession-resistant new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI with My Computer Career in just months. Already in IT? Build your cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions employers nationwide are desperate to fill. Attend classes live online or on campus. Make this your year. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. And Doug, we have a concern walking into today's studio. Jackson Burkett would like to address the concern right here, right now on the air.
I know where Kurt is.
Yeah.
I'm searching for Kurt. I've called him. I'm hoping he just slept
You ever
in.
see that Desperately Seeking Susan with Madonna? Was that Rosanna Arquette?
I don't know. There's always an Arquette. Which one is it? Suzanne? Patricia?
I call her Patsy.
What about Searching for Bobby Fischer? The chess movie?
Yeah.
Libby Jack. Who was on the Risky Business? Rosanna Arquette? Risky Business?
No, that's Rebecca De Mornay.
Oh, that's it. Those are the ones I get mixed up. The great Rebecca De Mornay.
A little racist,
Is it?
I think so. Well, your thoughts, was it a little racist? We would take your calls, but we can't because we can't find Kurt.
Can I do a mini press conference? I would like to apologize for confusing
maybe a tweet.
Both Arquette sisters and Rebecca De Mornay. I greatly apologize. Now let's invade Greenland. Okay, I'd like to move on.
Hey, guys, stay woke.
Here's Chuckles Marlowe.
Chuck might lead the drops this week.
I think so. He's a regular presence. So what have you been doing with Chairman Kurt?
I called him. I've called him now twice because he usually rolls in around 6:30 or so, 6:35. I mean, it's
late for the show prep meeting.
I know, super late for the show prep meeting. But rolling in 10 minutes late on a snowy day like today, totally understandable. Wasn't concerned. Then we got to 6:50, and I go, okay. Now there's a touch of concern. Now, if it was just a normal day, I would assume he slept in, and I hope that's the case now. But with the roads being what they are, yeah, I'm a little concerned for my boy.
That's what I'm saying.
Is he not responding to text or call?
I have called him twice, and he has not picked up. Okay. I hope it's just a slept-in situation.
Well, what would it be when we're looking for KG? It's not a silver alert. It's not an amber alert. Is there a TMA alert that we could put out there for any of the great listeners? Just be on the alert for KG.
Yeah, if you see Kurt in his wonderful calves.
And he usually wears shorts.
Yeah, he's often in shorts.
Which is a bad move if you get stuck in a moment of ice.
It's true.
You got to be ready.
Yeah.
I was a little alarmed by how bad the roads still are. This is, for the record, is not a complaint. I'm just surprised that that a number of schools are still off.
Yes, they're all off today. I'm like,
okay, so my older son is
Catholic grade school?
Yes.
Back on?
Yes.
I was shocked yesterday that we were, and my wife said, really? I said, yeah. I got to get to work. I told Jackson I'll be there at 5. I gotta roll out early. I got a bunch of meetings afterwards.
We did the Tim McKernan Show podcasters at QFTA, and I'm like, I think today's a good day with the boys at home that I'll do the podcast. And poor Jackson. It was the first time in the however many years we've been doing the show together that, Doug, I saw the eyes roll back in his head like he was Raylene.
Oh, really?
He was, number one, he had to use a little wizard's room. He's got he describes his prostate as a harsh mistress.
Yeah, delicate.
For a 26-year-old. And then in addition, we're about 3 hours in. That's after 4 hours of this show. So now I'm on my third hour on the podcast. And I can tell Jackson's just like, I got to tap out. I got to go.
You talk for another 3 hours after this 4-hour show?
And what's the title of the episode?
We Don't Judge Johns.
Yeah, we don't judge Johns.
Oh, you guys went full Rogan?
Yeah.
You did go full Rogan.
3 hours?
Full Rogan.
I would describe it as like if you remember in college when you hit the bars, just have a great time and then go back to somebody's apartment and like for 2.5 hours you're just like talking about nothing. But the conversation never stops. And at a certain point you're like, brother, it's 3 a.m. I gotta go to bed.
It's the first time that I'm like, okay, I can tell Jackson's something's going on. That's all I know. I didn't know what it was. I'm just like, I gotta let this guy go. But it's also the first time I think you've excused yourself to use the little wizard's room mid-podcast.
Yeah.
And then I went another hour after you returned. I kept going.
While he was in the restroom.
Yes, I did. Just by myself in the HD2 studio.
It's like a nursing home lobby. You got a guy just sitting there talking.
It's insanity.
And you were talking about your Johns?
That was one of the... How did we even get on that? We Don't Judge Johns is the title of the Tim McKernan Show podcast.
There was a big swath of the podcast that was dedicated to the quest for bisexuality.
Quest. There was a quest for that?
This is a quest. Like Clark Griswold, Doug, remember, it was a quest for fun, he said, as they were visiting Wally World.
Yeah, you'll be whistling zippity-doo out of your ass.
Right. Yeah, I'll have to explain that to my kids.
I edit that on the fly for FCC purposes. I think that eventually we got on this quest for bisexuality. Somehow Johns came up, and we don't judge Johns, and we felt like that was a good name for the podcast. The podcast before was "Do Belly Buttons Get Erect?"
Oh gosh.
Yeah. We got an email sent in that was from a listener by the name of Bikini Model Brittany, Doug.
Okay. Yeah, that's Kevin Miller, isn't it?
I was just going to say, what's his name?
Yeah. That's who it is.
And that's a local real estate agent in his 60s?
Right.
And anyway,
it's a tough market.
Over the course of the email, while trying to write this, what you think was fake, erotica talked about a belly button getting erect, and I asked Jackson, I said, is that something that actually happens biologically? And I know we have a lot of doctors who listen to this show, and maybe they can text in, because, again, we can't take calls because we're desperately seeking Kurt.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a deep innie. I don't know about you guys, but I have no protuberance out of my belly button.
You have a problem with that
Don't
word?
say protuberance.
What in the world is going on? Let's start over. Welcome in, guys.
You ever met somebody who has like one of those holes in their chest, like where their chest like
Like where a bullet went through?
No, like conclave, like it like caves in.
Yeah.
Not conclave.
I guess I've seen that. Yeah.
It's like the opposite with the belly button. I don't know. I'm confused.
I'm wondering how all of these topics come afloat on your show there, Tim. And I'm reminded, a friend of mine was a morning news anchor, and some guy would email him, say, hey, you do a great job. And then a couple back and forth. Oh, thanks for watching. Oh, is that a new tie? And then the guy said, do you play? And he said, I'm sorry. He said, you want to meet up? And he said,
Oh,
do I play?
I like that, Doug.
Do you play?
This is another fellas?
Yeah, fella, he's just getting
we don't kink shame. So
complimentary email for his TV work.
Perhaps he was also on the quest for bisexuality.
Well, I think the emailer was, my friend was rather alarmed at the suggestion, do you play? So we'll have to go back and listen. I'm struggling to get I'm about an hour and a half into a Rod Blagojevich podcast with Rogan.
With Rogan, yes,
But
I saw he was on.
But I'm on about my second or third attempt to finish it.
So is it not good, or
No,
are you
it's
just
really good.
It's good. Okay,
I just
well,
run out
good.
of time.
Yeah,
I
I know
don't
what you're
have 3
saying.
hours.
No, I know. See, I love listening to. I can't get enough of podcasts.
Did your
Can't
wife
get enough.
text and say, "Oh, where are you"?
She
should
said,
have.
we haven't left the house. This is like COVID. And I'm like, oh, boy, I better. Number one, my co-host is passing out again, eyes rolling back in his head. And number two, my wife is saying, we haven't left the house. I probably need to return.
Did you say, honey, I'm at work. What do you want me to do about this? Just let Timmy do his talk.
Yeah, Timmy talked for 3 hours to the poor 26-year-old trapped in the room with him with the bad prostate. Get involved on the program, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. Jackson will take your calls directly and just put you on the air immediately, 314-974-0101. Doug, the Blues were on the verge of what I thought could have been, dead serious, I was thinking this while watching it last night, on the verge of what could have been the win that would have been the launching pad for a run, because coming back from an early 2-goal deficit, taking a 4-2 lead, and then, ideally, closing it out, the Wild yank their netminder, and Fleury comes in at 40 years old. You're going, okay, we're going to be fine here. And then you got a 4-game homestand. You got the Ducks. You got the Blue Jackets. Then ideally, you can take care of some business against the Flames, a team you're dealing with in the wild card. And then, as you've oftentimes said, the most dangerous lead in hockey is the 2-goal lead, and it proved to be the case last night for the Blues.
Well, they scored 4 in a row at one point, the Blues did, and then they turned around and let the Wild score 4 in a row. And Monty said he didn't like their grit.
He did say that. He said it a few different times, and then he actually defined grit.
He didn't think they had enough sandpaper in their game.
So it winds up going from what could have been a great win to a bad loss. I mean, it's a, I was listening to Martin, of course, Curbside podcast, listened to that at 5 a.m, and Cam Jansen, who was calling the call with Kerber last night, was saying, sometimes, this was an exciting game, but sometimes you'd just rather have a boring game that you pick up the 2 points on, and in this case, it was super exciting, but it winds up being, in a way, almost you'd rather just lose like 4-0, and as opposed to blow a 4-2 lead going in. I think they were 8-0 under Montgomery, leading going into the third period, and in this case, rough.
I thought that was a great line by Cam. Win a boring game, because it was exciting. Even the Saturday loss to Columbus, the furious comeback, was sort of fun in the moment, and then you stop and go, well, just another loss to a team in Columbus that you should beat, and then Minnesota, a team that you need to beat. I felt like the game is reminding me of this season where they're down 2. I was like, okay, this team just doesn't have it. And then they come firing back. I'm like, you know what? Maybe under Montgomery, this is different. These guys have got that grit, and they don't back down. They fight back. And then they give up the lead. I'm like, oh, this is the same Blues. And I know we're the Blues flagship station, and Doug, your KMOV is starting to show some games, so I don't want to offend rights holders like yourself.
I'm not offended. I'm not offended. I don't work there, and I haven't worked there in 3.5 long years.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't want to offend you and KMOV with the games they're going to be carrying, or us being the rights holder.
Gary Apple.
But watching that whole game,
Gary Apple's not there. He left in like 1990.
TVG.
TVG was gone like in the 80s.
Bob West.
Replaced.
Les Carmichael is not there either. You may be
Dave
surprised
Simon.
to hear. Dave Simon was gone long time ago.
About the 10. What time do you got?
Skversky.
You're talking about
yeah,
people who left.
Skversky.
You're talking about people who left longer than a lot of the people have been alive that are there now.
What about Ablin, guest of the show?
He's been gone for what did he say?
Shown
10
the door
years?
after being a spring training princess.
Yeah, he was put up in some brothel or something.
I
Your
texted.
gentleman enjoys a dry rub once in a while.
Okay.
I texted the Dorseys. That's his father-in-law who runs KTRS, and I texted them and said, for every family get-together now, will you please refer to Jeff as the spring training princess, or on occasion just yell, "Boom, gotcha." I want that desperately to become a family thing for them. But this Blues game, there's a Minnesota team you haven't beaten this year, and you got a chance. The 4 unanswered goals, it was really inspiring. And once they got that 4-3, I said, okay, it's not going to happen. Here we go. Here it's coming.
Yeah.
And then the third period, it goes to crap. So I do feel like it's the ride you've been on as a fan. Like, oh, okay. Well, we're not that good. Oh, no, actually, we are pretty good. But maybe we're not. And maybe this is just who they are. They're just average.
The thing is, when you hear these guys talk, when you hear Montgomery talk, I really think they believe they're a damn good team. And I'm not just saying like they're maybe a team. I think they think they're a damn good team. And so that was really when they got the empty netter, which was a bad break off the official. And God, they had sustained pressure in the Minnesota zone for the final few minutes and weren't able to capitalize. Minnesota gets the empty netter. I just felt like they were really deflated and taken aback because, again, you're coming off the high of that win on Friday night against the Senators. You know it's going to be tough with the back-to-back against the Blue Jackets, and to their credit, they rally, but they're not able to catch up in the third period Saturday night. Then there's a little pressure, a weird spot that you stay on the road trip because of the weather in St. Louis, and then you mount another comeback, and you're not able to, in this case, hold on. I'll be anxious to see how they respond when they're back in St. Louis and taking on a bad team and the Ducks, because they're kind of in a spot now where they really got to rattle off some wins. I realize that, it's only halfway through the season, but when you look at the gap between the Blues and some of these other teams that they're chasing, you're in a spot where you don't have the luxury of missing opportunities like they've missed. Keep in mind, we're not just talking about last night's game, but also Saturday, and in addition, the previous Sunday against the Sabres. I mean, these are the lesser teams, not last night, but some of these teams they've been playing, and then you look at the second half of the schedule in January, and they're playing some of the best teams in the league again. So you got to capitalize on. Here's the soundbite that Martin was making reference to and Jackson was talking about with regard to Jim Montgomery not happy with the grit, Doug. You call that sandpaper.
Sandpaper. They need more of that in their game.
There was a lot of moments where we needed to bear down more. And, we need that kind of, like I call it grit. It's just, you got to want to win that battle so that you can move pucks forward. So that you can, either live another day or produce some offense going the other way. I didn't like how we handled the adversity today.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like his voice. I can't figure it out. There's a dialect there. There's a little something.
It's Kevin Costner in Yellowstone with Ron Caron around the trade deadline.
Ron Caron, there is some meat on the bun. What
do you think about that? I feel really good about that. I feel really good about my talent, number one. And I don't think I've ever said that before. But
did he Lemming himself?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he sure did.
Yeah.
No, there's no bigger Tim Lemming than Tim.
I believe that's the quote that I'm working off of. Your thoughts are welcome on the festivities last night in St. Paul, Minnesota, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in the Air Comfort Service text line. And then friends have gathered in the YouTube chat. John Score says, it just reminds me of the Cardinals in a tie game in the 8th with 2 outs, always a walk, and then a stolen base and a blue pit, game over. That's John Scores, your November Milagro Tequila Lister of the Month. And then Stag responds by saying, can you get grits at Cracker Barrel? And I think the answer to that question
I think absolutely
is yes.
Yeah.
That's the affirmative, Stag.
I think they just started serving beer at Cracker Barrel. Wasn't that a big difference in the past
I know they
year?
changed up the marketing.
Beer and grits for
They got
breakfast.
rid of
Well, you
my
don't have
grilled
to have
chicken
beer and
sandwich.
grits, but
It's like grits.
That's like potatoes, right?
No, I think it's just a starchy thing.
It's good for you, though.
Is it?
Porridge. It can't be.
Yeah, you're a porridge guy. You've always been a big porridge.
I don't like breakfast mashes. Like
Breakfast mashes.
Who has a take on that?
Well, like
how do you have a take on that?
oatmeal.
I like oatmeal.
What about cream of wheat?
Yeah, hot cereal, all that.
What's your position on shepherd's pie?
Love shepherd's pie.
Too
But that's a
interesting.
dinner.
It's kind of a contradiction, though.
That's dinner. But oatmeal, like all that looks like it's already been eaten. Like I don't have time for that.
Baby food.
Grits, it looks like mashed potatoes a little bit, and then it fools you. I'm out.
It fools you.
Fooled my brother. Fooled
Like the crying game?
It's worse.
Wow.
Or better.
That actually is a take.
Or better, depending. We don't judge.
Amen. Doug, hey, big doings here. Guess what's doing?
What?
Watch this. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens, rah, rah. Now, are you coaching tonight, or is Josh Schertz? Because he wants to host the show, and you want to coach the team.
I'll take the helm if you can't make it.
The Billikens host the Bonnies tonight at Chaffetz Arena. 7 p.m., the top 2 teams in the A10 standings. Andy Katz ranks this matchup as the 9th best men's college basketball game this week. And fans can purchase a Billikens Tumbler-themed ticket for only $20 for tonight's game, and that's at SLUBillikens.com. Fans can purchase a ticket for the game for only $15 at SLUBillikens.com. So you can go see a Billikens game tonight at Chaffetz Arena for only $15. Wednesday's matchup pits one of the league's top offenses and the Billikens against the top defense in the Bonnies. Watch this, Doug. The Bonnies. Nobody beats the Bonnies.
Very
That's
nice.
their chant.
Very
Meanwhile, the Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens, rah, rah.
Okay.
St. Louis University 2-0 in the A10 for the 4th time in its 20 years in the league. The Billikens won their first 2 conference games, both by a double-digit margin for the first time since 94-95. And you can see them take on the Bonnies tonight. Only $15 at SLUBillikens.com. That's where you can get it. One of the top matchups in college basketball this week, per Andy Katz. It's the Billikens hosting the Bonnies tonight at Chaffetz Arena. Get your tickets for only $15 at SLUBillikens.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Anything from Chairman Kurt, Jackson?
He just texted us.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
He's alive?
Oh, boy.
Well, let's hear it.
He's okay. He's fine. But he just sent a text that he's not hurt, but his car kind of slid off the road, and he's waiting to get pulled out.
Oh my God.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Slid off the road. I'm waiting to get pulled out. Car's good, not hurt or anything.
Oh, there's the text.
Okay.
Gosh.
Holy crap.
Oh, man. This is what I was nervous about.
Wow.
Careful out there. There are, there are roads that are just fine, and you're whipping along, and then you'll make a turn and go, oh, this one is like a snowmobile patch. It's very inconsistent. I know the people are doing the best job they can, and you don't want to cherry pick and say, well, my road's terrible. And then there's 10 in a row that are great, that are spotless. There's been a lot of talk about how IDOT has done a better job than MoDOT. I'm not getting in on the plowing wars, Doug. I think that's for ratings.
There are plow wars?
Apparently plow wars.
There's a Simpsons episode, Mr. Plow.
Was there?
Mm-hmm. Wow. That name again is Mr. Plow. People out there
I got to figure out what you have. It's not Asperger's. It's not. But you have some randomness that I really enjoy.
He's very open about his ADD. Right?
Oh, yeah. It runs rampant.
Yeah.
I think you're like Dudley from Royal Tenenbaums, where Bill Murray's Bill Murray's just studying him the whole show.
Yeah, it's better than being Hackman.
And then he says, "How bizarre!" He just says he's studying the young man. But there are a lot of roads that are still bad for whatever reason, so you do need to be careful.
I think it's because there's ice underneath the snow, right?
I saw one of the plowing, Big Plow, said something about their ice melt wasn't effective on some of this. So they were doing some of their treatments that didn't work in certain areas. And I'm sure in the rural areas it's really bad. You know, JR comes from deep into Jeffco. We'll find out today what his thoroughfares look like.
I like that use of thoroughfare that Jackson used in his text with us.
Part of the alliance.
The right.
I find I really have to fight the urge when the road does look good now, there's no snow on it at all, to really try to put the car through the paces. All right, let's go. Let's get up to 60. Let's go. We're fine. And then, 100 feet later, you're in ice and snow.
Yeah, always got to be careful.
I found myself getting squeezed out of a lane. It was 2 lanes, and all of a sudden it was just 1 lane because the
snowbank?
The moment of ice just kind of closed in on me.
And what we're dealing with is nothing compared to what's going on in L.A. right now. Have you seen that?
Yeah,
the wildfires there destroying large areas. Yeah. Pacific Palisades is burning to the ground.
Malibu, too. Wow. Scary.
Guys, can you change my name to the Plow King in parentheses belch noise? That's from the 309. Where is the 309?
I don't know.
Peoria, maybe?
I was about to say, I feel like it's a Peoria.
Yeah, 309.
I think the Plowhawks phone number.
Yeah.
Might be a 309.
West Central Illinois.
Is he part of Big Plow? He would be.
I would imagine so. If the chairman needs a hand, let me know. I have some free time this morning. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. So the listeners are perhaps, Chairman, if you are listening, Joey Vitale's Orange Scully might be able to pull you. He didn't say where he is, right?
No.
He's slid off the side of the road. And man, I'm telling you, now, having driven here the last couple of days, I was texting with Martin last night. My son had a practice. The roads it's just not. I think people probably would think after 3 days that things would be kind of back to normal. It's just not the way that it is, and so you do have to resist the urge to drive like everything is normal, and that's clearly not the case. As a member of the program, Chairman Kurt is dealing with that situation, so that's something to consider if you will be out driving this morning in the St. Louis metropolitan area. It might look like, or you might think that things have improved substantially, and the truth is they just haven't at this point. It's 7:22 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Chairman Kurt has experienced some problems this morning. He texted us to say that he slid off the road and is waiting to get pulled out. He says he's fine. He's not hurt or anything. But that's an illustration of what the conditions are like in the St. Louis metropolitan area. So if you are going to be driving today, even though it's been a handful of days, for real, please be careful. And even if things look like they might be all right, there's still ice on the roads, and we want everybody to be as safe as possible. Chairman Kurt says he has a family member with a truck helping him out, even though Joey Vitale's Orange Scully, loyal listener, offered to come and pick him up. Doug, we talked about the Blues' loss in the first segment here in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. And we will be joined by Jamie Rivers in the 8 o'clock hour. He'll be with us at 8:50. That's correct. You looked at me like I had slid a finger somewhere that you weren't expecting.
Oh, I'm always open to that. But
what was that? You just soiled the sanctity of my marriage vows.
I thought that, it would be we talk about camaraderie all the time, and I thought, maybe getting to each other, physical touch is some people's love language.
What are you talking about?
It's unimportant.
I'm going to start studying you.
This is a sports show.
Martin's now taking notes on his partner in the alliance. Jamie Rivers at 8:15.
Okay.
Just wanted to look
Yes,
over.
he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
And Jeremy Rutherford, who is making the drive in from Jefferson County.
He's got a big old truck.
He does. And he will be with us in the 9 o'clock hour in studio. And then, Martin, we have a surprise guest.
Oh, yeah, almost forgot. Yeah. Hopefully they didn't forget. Hopefully, no, I think we're good.
Does that mean this is like, how are you rating this surprise guest?
I'm going to call it a 7 just for entertainment value for both you and the listeners. I think everyone will enjoy the visit.
Sounds like it might be specific to me. Is this another coach who cut me? There's a lot to choose from.
No.
Can we have initials?
Can I tell you a little behind the curtain?
Yeah.
Back in December, one of my ideas, I have a running list of ideas for surprise guests for random reasons. I was going to have your dad call in. Oh. And Jackson goes, I don't know.
Thank you. Because I would not want that, actually.
And he said, I don't know if Tim would enjoy that.
That's exactly right. I would not want that.
And I said, it might be kind of funny. And Jackson goes, I don't know. And I said, I'll let it go.
That's a good.
So it is not your dad. I'll just tell you that.
Although my potentially biological father and the gentleman who raised me, I know they are on edge for tomorrow night's festivities with Miami. In Miami with Notre Dame and Penn State. And the weather situation that they have is not in Miami. The forecast in Miami is great, but in the Dallas area, there's a situation. What's going on there?
So the Cotton Bowl Friday, Ohio State.
Yes, Ohio State, Texas. What's going on there? Because I saw they were talking about the possibility of moving the game.
Yeah. So there's a winter storm warning in effect starting 6 a.m. on Thursday to noon Friday. That would certainly fall under the parameters of the game.
Did they move it just to the Jerry Dome?
It is in the Jerry Dome. I see what you're saying.
It's a Cotton Bowl. So
it's not at the Cotton Bowl.
I'm sure it's
never mind. It's not at the Cotton Bowl. But it is the Cotton Bowl. I got confused there for a second. It's in Arlington.
They don't play the Cotton Bowl in the Cotton Bowl.
That's correct. Well, Missouri was in there last year for the Martin. I don't know if you knew, but they won the Cotton Bowl.
That's when
did they print shirts?
Decade.
They should have printed shirts.
So Arlington has a winter storm warning in effect. Starting tomorrow.
The dome is fine, right? But the access to the game would be
for fans getting
Dallas
there.
Gets a lot of ice, and a lot of ice storms,
and their infrastructure isn't necessarily prepared for it.
Yeah,
so that could affect fans. I think the players will be fine. The game will be fine.
You can't do this to Notre Dame 2 weeks in a row at the Notre Dame.
Yeah, but I would imagine it's more impactful for Ohio State fans.
Right.
Texas fans, certainly, don't get me wrong. They monster state. They're coming from all over the place. But if you're flying in from Cincinnati, Cleveland, Columbus, that could be a situation for that game. But they announced last night that they will not be moving it, at least as of right now. The game that Joe Theismann, when he was with us, was talking about, he was concerned about the weather because you can have rain, in particular in the afternoon, and it is an outdoor stadium. In the Miami area, that forecast looks perfect, but it's the one in Dallas that it could be problematic.
I think Joey T would come back on the show. What do you think?
Absolutely he would.
Yeah,
absolutely
maybe let's get him on tomorrow, a little preview.
Yeah.
Either him or your real daddy. It's up to you, Tim. Just have the other guy on.
I'm going to be so nervous. But again, it's a weird deal because I'm not a Notre Dame fan, but I want them to win for my parents. And so it's like, in a way, it's like watching my kids play sports, I'm not involved, but I want them to win for my parents. And I didn't realize how much beating Georgia meant to them. So I'm emotionally invested in a different way than when I'm watching Missouri play, for example. I'm really leveraged on tomorrow night's game. I also, I was listening to Reese Davis and I think it was Pete Thamel talking about the game.
Thamel?
Yeah.
It's like
I fought with that one. And I finally come to a conclusion. It's Thamel. But Reese Davis is like, and he's predicting Penn State, Ohio State. And I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. And I'm going, I think that's the one matchup that nobody really wants around the country. Penn State, Texas, fine. Notre Dame, Ohio State, fine. Notre Dame, Texas, fine. But I don't really want to see a rematch, just like I wouldn't want to see, Notre Dame play Texas A&M again if they played, since they opened up the season against. Am I in a minority
Penn State
position?
Is the
there?
least appealing of the four to advance.
But I see Penn State, Texas, just because they hadn't played. I agree with you.
I just think as a brand,
but I just don't want to see a rematch. That's
right.
like I didn't want to see Georgia, Texas in a rematch in the SEC championship game, but that's what we got. I remember there was a year where Florida State played each other, and that was a rematch. I think that was in the Sugar Bowl 20 plus years ago. Just don't want to see a rematch.
I think it'd be a little different if Penn State had and they have Tyler Warren, who's awesome, their tight end, but if they had like a Heisman candidate kind of guy, if they had somebody who's like really dynamic, like a Jaden Daniels at quarterback, and I know Drew Aller is really good, but somebody you're like, this guy might go top 5 in the draft, I think it'd be different.
But who is that
Vince Young, you mean?
For Notre Dame?
But I think Notre Dame is such a brand.
Okay, so then you're judging it by a different standard, which I agree with you, and I think that there's something to
it. That Jeremiah Love. I was texting with his dad last night.
So he's planning on playing, right? I saw you had a big knee brace on at one of their workouts on Sunday.
The dad, last night we were on the phone.
He's Fire Up CB.
Fire Up CB, and we were talking on the phone. He said, hold on, Jeremiah's calling in. So now somehow we had a 3-way call, and he goes, Jeremiah, I'm on with Mr. Kilcoyne. And the kid said,
So excited. So excited.
We were trying to coordinate, but they're flying out this morning to Miami. Good for them. So I think he's playing. I didn't get any inside information. But, he's emerging as a star. So let's not sleep on that, guys.
I wouldn't mind too much if there's a rematch, just because as you get older, you don't remember much about the first game anyway. They could play each other almost every week.
You mean like Francesa?
This is a nice matchup.
The Michigan
what was the score, Doug, when Penn State played Ohio State? Do you remember?
I have no idea.
You don't remember?
I think it was 21-14, but I don't feel great about it.
21-7?
No, that was Illinois Penn State.
Yeah. It was 20-13.
Oh. You're way off. It's hard when you get older, Doug.
So, Doug, because you don't remember the first game and you don't really feel like it's a rematch.
Like I said, they could play every week. I'd be fine. Hey, these are two good teams.
Get involved on the program. They're active as the day is long in the YouTube chat. James Carl. I was talking to James Carlton yesterday. Doug, I've increased my coverage with the great James Carlton. And it was so easy. It was so inexpensive. I just can't say enough positive things about making the switch to James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. I did so back in March of 2019. Super easy. It was kind of an emergency situation. And ever since, I've told people obviously on the air, but I'd say it to people privately off the air. I mean, it's a different world with the caliber of service that James and his team in Webster Groves provide. Online at carltoninsurance.net, or you can call 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Has your insurance gone up over the last year? There is a good chance it has. James and his team work to save you money, and we have gotten so many emails over the years from listeners who made the switch and could not believe how much money they have saved with James and his team. 314-961-4800. What do you have to lose by calling and seeing if they can save you money? You got absolutely nothing to lose. They do the work, and then they report back what they can do for you. 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. A potential new teammate of Nolan Arenado, talking about Nolan Arenado joining him. We'll tell you who that is and what he had to say. Yeah, Martin. I went to teasing camp over the holidays.
That's even better than having Tim's dad call it. That's
how about that? You'll hear what he had to say coming up next. This is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. The Blues fall to the Minnesota Wild last night. Final score of 6-4. The Blues are off tonight. Coming back in action tomorrow against the Ducks. Pre-game at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Wandoff Chevrolet and Johnny Wandoff Autoplex. See them at wandoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's the morning after 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And you are welcome to interact with the listeners at YouTube.com/TMASTL in the chat. The studio cameras here on 101 ESPN brought to you by the Air Alliance team. Doug, you can read in Nesson this morning. You know what that stands for?
New England Sports Network?
I think that's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Story about Nolan Arenado and the Boston Red Sox, including a quote from a current member of the Red Sox who has played with Nolan Arenado and giving his thoughts. Here is what the article has to say. Red Sox Chief Baseball Officer Craig Breslow has been adamant about adding a right-handed bat to Boston's lineup. Trevor Story doesn't need any convincing that Nolan Arenado would be the perfect fit to balance out the Red Sox order. The Red Sox have been involved in trade rumors for Arenado throughout the offseason, with the Cardinals looking to move on from the star third baseman. Speculation heated up this week that Arenado, who has a full no-trade clause and reportedly blocked a deal that would have sent him to the Astros, sees the Red Sox as, quote, his preferred destination. Story certainly is on board with the Red Sox trading for his close friend. The two spent 5 seasons together with the Rockies and becoming teammates with Arenado once again. Quote, obviously it seems like a cool idea and we would love it, Story said to Nesson. I think he would thrive in Boston just given his intensity, his love for the game, his passion for the game. He's a superstar, man. I don't think we're turning down anybody who wants to play in Boston and wants to do it. Obviously a cool idea, but a lot of things need to happen for it to happen. So it's Trevor Story talking to Nesson about Nolan Arenado joining the Boston Red Sox. He said Nolan's one of his best friends. And obviously, when you hear that type of speculation, you get excited about it a little bit. I just know the type of player he is, the intensity that he brings, just the work ethic that he can provide from a leadership standpoint, too. He's one of the guys I learned from. That's Trevor Story on Nesson.com this morning regarding the possibility of Nolan Arenado going to the Red Sox.
I believe even the latest Katie Wu article about it said it's not clear if the Red Sox are interested. I keep going back to the fact, where is this coming from if the team that he would be going to, it isn't clear. Now, maybe they just haven't gone on the record or told anybody their intentions. It does seem a little odd that part of this story is that the Red Sox may or may not be interested.
Do you think it could be possible media speculation, just trying to make a trade?
I honestly wonder, and I have no idea. Are the Cardinals talking to agents and saying, hey, what about Boston? That'd be kind of a good spot for, like, they need it to happen in their mind, and they need a dance partner. And if the Red Sox aren't interested, can you talk them into it?
See, my theory is Arenado's agent.
It's just putting it out there. Yeah, well, I would agree with that, too.
Because I'm sure they're sitting there going, I mean, we're 5 weeks away here, boys.
Correct. Yep.
This has to happen. So that's my theory on it. But yes, the Cardinals floating it would make sense as well.
Yeah, I think somebody's floating it other than the Red Sox, who, again, it keeps saying may not be interested. It's not clear if they're interested. So Trevor Story now getting, and maybe even Arenado's agent says to Story, hey, why don't you get quoted? Why don't you put it out there, put the pressure on him? But if not Boston, I'm starting to think he might be here. Remember the intention? It's our intention to try. That was they have tried. They didn't lie. They have tried to trade him, and it was their intention to try. Right? Was that the line at the winter meetings that they were open about the fact they're trying to trade Nolan Arenado? I would love at some point to hear his thoughts. It's got to be super embarrassing to be shopped around like this. Like, can't find a taker.
Embarrassing and frustrating, I would imagine.
I mean, you know you want to get out of here. You know you're still a highly regarded player. and yet you haven't found a landing spot.
How about this from USA Today this morning? There's been $2.6 billion spent in the first 69 days of free agency. With 5 weeks remaining until spring training, everyone but the powerful Los Angeles Dodgers still have Dunkin' Donut-sized holes left to be filled. Was that product placement in the column? Is that where we are now?
He paid for that, yeah.
Oh, I like that. Well done. Well done. I like that.
He could have just said donut, but he didn't. He said Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, I like that. Nice weave. While the Mets, Dodgers, and Yankees stole the headlines by spending $1.45 billion of that $2.6 billion this winter, and 3 teams in the NL West dropped at least $180 million in free agency. 1/3 of all teams have shelled out less than the $10 million Juan Soto will earn the first 6 weeks of his new job with the Mets. There are 6 teams in baseball who have not spent a single penny in free agency. Doug, would you like to? I know you love guessing games. Would you like to?
Cardinals.
Yes.
Good morning.
Chicago White Sox probably in there.
No, they actually have spent.
Okay,
but the Cardinals
Oakland
are correct.
did too.
Oakland's freewheeling.
Marlins probably haven't.
Marlins, that's good.
Yeah.
Have not spent.
Rockies,
I think you're going to be surprised by one
Guardians, Twins, one of those?
No, none of those, boys. None of those.
Angels, can we have initials now?
MB.
MB.
Milwaukee Brewers.
Nice.
Their source really. Well, the M and the B kind of helped.
I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this Brewers series.
How about that? They're kind of in a shutdown mode. I think the Cardinals' hedge is always, well, the division might be crappy.
Yeah, the National League Central. It's kind of like being a football team in the Big 12. It's like, I don't know. Guess we got a shot. But if you're in the NL or AL East or the NL West, you go, boy, we're in the SEC and Big 10. We got to play here. For the record, it's the Marlins, Brewers, Padres, which I thought was surprising, and Mariners, and then the Cardinals. Those are the teams who have not spent a dime yet.
The Brewers are probably thinking, we don't have to. We're good.
But overall, I feel pretty good about where the club is. Obviously.
Yeah.
Was that edited with that? Obviously,
it does sound like Doug is very suspicious of Jackson's editing out points.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wasn't classically trained.
Classically trained.
I wasn't classically trained.
You didn't go to edit school?
You're supposed to go to Juilliard for that.
I'm self-taught.
Now, I think the Padres situation might be tied to what is some litigation going on.
Yeah, about to say.
Between the widow of the former owner and the brothers of the former owner. And so and she's even going to the press and saying that they're talking about moving the team from San Diego. And they hadn't responded. And then once she started saying that, then they said, okay, that's enough. We're going to talk about it. Matt Seidler has pushed back against the widow of late Padres chairman Peter Seidler, denying claims that they have acted in bad faith and stating that his brother never expressed interest in her running the franchise. Matt, one of Peter's 9 siblings, also strongly refuted suggestions he might consider relocating the franchise. So a complaint was filed in a Texas probate court Monday by Sheil Seidler, who is married and has 3 children with Peter Seidler, who passed away last year, accusing Matt and Robert Seidler also of fiduciary breaches of trust, fraud, conversion, and egregious acts of self-dealing in their roles as trustees of Peter Seidler's estate, while also claiming that her late husband wished to make her the Padres' control person. Sheil Seidler also claimed that Matt Seidler's efforts to name the eldest brother John as control person, quote, may well be part of his efforts to sell and perhaps relocate the team. So as you can imagine, all hell's breaking loose in San Diego as there's a fight over ownership, and now fans are worried that they might lose another franchise for the second time in a decade, with the Chargers going to Los Angeles.
But why relocate the team? They got a great stadium. They've got strong support. It's a threat, I guess, to scare people. But don't most moves start with bad stadium, bad fan support? They seem to have check and check. Good stadium, good fan support. Yeah, feels like a false claim.
They also had an NBA team at one point that they lost. They're going to give St. Louis a run for the money.
The Clippers. World be free.
Bill Walton.
Bill Walton?
He was on the San Diego Clippers.
Was he? Was that pre or post Trailblazers? Asshole. Wasn't he drafted by the Blazers?
Yeah, Yes.
Martin, I might have to say, nice show prep asked to you.
Well,
the truth is, I have no clue either way. I just sit here and take shots.
He won an NBA title in Portland. Now I'm going to check.
77. Dr. Jack Ramsey.
Doug, it was Bill Walton on the San Diego Clippers.
LA Clippers from 79 to 85.
Oh,
San Diego.
So right after Portland, before Boston. That makes sense. I'm with it.
Would you like to apologize to the audience? Or Martin?
I'd like to apologize to the Walton family, Luke in particular.
Wow. With Arizona in 2002, and they lost to Oklahoma in the Sweet 16 the same night Missouri beat UCLA and Jason Capono. Is that right?
I don't remember the years, Tim.
It was 2002, Martin.
Okay. Were you there? I was there.
Yeah, I was there.
Was it San Jose?
Yeah, and you got sideways with Rich Eisen's wife?
Yes. Yes. Never quite forgave Susie Schuster.
What happened there?
The cat actually stood up for me.
That's like a mad
The cat was there, too?
Yes.
The hell was the cat doing there?
Fox Midwest used to cover,
Jay Query.
year-round sports. Shout out to Jay Query. Probably sees henching at all those Colts press conferences.
That's right.
We had a shared photographer through Fox, and I don't remember all the particulars, but I had to shoot a stand-up or two because Mizzou was playing, and she had no time for me to get anything done on my end, kind of dusted me off a few times, and we were in a satellite truck, and the cat goes, might want to be a little nicer. He's kind of a big deal in St. Louis, and she's like, I need to finish my story. It was very clear in the pecking order. She was with Fox Net, and I was some nitwit from St. Louis. And it was very clear. Now, God bless her. I'm sure she's a nice woman. It was probably just a bad moment. But we were a little sideways that day, and I don't remember. I'm sure I said something.
You let her have it?
I probably said something rather sarcastic in return. Said our little puppet show back home wouldn't mind a little video or something. I'm sure I said something along those lines. But yeah, she was, I think, dating Rich Eisen at the time, and I'm sure she's a lovely person. But we did not have a good experience.
Oh, no.
And that was at the 2002 regional, Doug, when Mizzou lost to Oklahoma, was it? Or was it UCLA?
That's correct.
They beat UCLA.
They beat UCLA and lost to Oklahoma, and they hit like 50% from the free throw line.
Kareem Rush, maybe?
Kareem Rush, Ricky Paulding, Arthur Johnson.
You have to hit your free throws?
Well, you got to hit your free throws at Warsh.
We got Gary Finkel waiting, and I want to talk some Mizzou.
Oh, why not?
Doug, I had a listener for QFTA, the 3-hour went full Rogan yesterday, that tickled Jackson's harsh prostate, to say that they won, how about this, $100,000 finishing second in the Millionaire Maker on DraftKings in Week 17 of the NFL season, and said, hey, I know you play a lot of daily fantasy sports. What do I do with this? Because I don't know how to handle this from a tax perspective. I said, I got the answer for you. Mark Milton, STLTaxLawyer.com. Because a buddy of mine who's become a millionaire playing daily fantasy sports, I know he works with Mark. Mark Milton's online at STLTaxLawyer.com.
Well, one thing you definitely don't want is problems with the godforsaken tax man. And you can get that with the big winning, or maybe you're supposed to pay quarterly and you get behind on that, or maybe you inherit some money, you don't know how that's supposed to go. Well, Mark Milton is there to handle all your problems. If you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, maybe wage garnishments are a problem, heaven forbid you're facing IRS criminal investigation, because if you are, mister, you got some real problems, and you should contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com. Mark Milton and STLTaxLawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. You wonder his resume, what he's done? Well, he started his legal career at the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is simply one of the best tax attorneys in the entire nation, and he's right here ready to serve you if you need him. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. I go to Mark Milton. You should too. He's just the best. If you have any kind of IRS issues, contact Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and on the 101 ESPN app, which is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. You can always go back and podcast anytime you would like. And our podcast of all of the programs here on 101 ESPN brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gassrow online at SchaeferDoor.com. And, of course, you can can participate in the conversation on the TMA-STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA-STL. One of the biggest names in sportscasting talked about how he nearly left his show, and then also some of the criticism that he and some of his cohorts have received here as of late. We'll have that audio for you, tell you who it is, coming up on the other side of the break. Once again, Doug, my teasing camp over the holidays, it's just something I'm really dialed in on. Jamie Rivers on the Blues defeat at 8:15. Jeremy Rutherford taking your two-part questions in the 9 o'clock hour, and the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA-STL YouTube channel. It's a Ween Wednesday here on TMA. Doug, you like Boys Club by Gene and Dean Ween?
Not especially, no.
Okay. Martin, how are you enjoying it?
This is new for me. Ween Shinola, Volume 1, I believe it is.
That's exactly right. You're dialed in. It's TMA, and Martin's Dankley Bits just joined the YouTube chat and says, what have I missed?
Very little.
I don't have the recap ready for you at this point. I apologize.
That comes your way around 9:30, but today we have a surprise guest at 9:30.
It's going to bump the recap, unfortunately.
Chairman Kurt, who slid off the road, has just texted us that he's out of the ditch he was in and on his way in, an illustration of how slick the roads are still in the St. Louis metropolitan area. So if you will be commuting this morning, for real, even though it's been a few days, many of the roads still just aren't ready. And even if they look like they are better, be careful out there. A number of people have, Doug, you were talking about there was an accident at 270 and Doherty Ferry back-to-back days.
Yeah.
It's just still slow going out there, so heads up. Hey, I deep teased to this. I feel like this guy's caught more hell over the last month or two than anybody. And that's,
Jackson.
Well, that's the last 5 years.
Okay.
But Kirk Herbstreit has caught a lot of hell. And I guess it's the perspective that he's in the tank for the SEC, and Big Ten people would go, well, of course, I can't believe you don't. And I don't see it that way.
Doesn't his son play for Ohio State, or is on the team anyway?
He's got one at Ohio State, and the other one's going to Michigan.
Yeah. So it's a. But either way, I like the guy. I don't know. I respect him. I like him. But it turns out that he was on the verge of leaving College Game Day. Now, that's not because of the recent criticism. I want to make that clear. But he does Amazon Prime's Thursday Night Football, and he said, I thought when I took the Amazon deal 3 years ago that I would probably have to give something up because it's so hard to do all three of those things. But now, man, you couldn't kick me off the set. Like, I absolutely love it. We're having a blast. I've known Coach Saban a long, long time. There's a serious comfort there with him and me and Pat and Desmond Howard and Reese Davis. I think it comes across on air, and I think people would learn that Nick Saban's not the guy at the podium with the Coke bottle and his hands going and getting mad at the media. I think he's shown he's really prepared. He's really good at this. He's having fun. He's completely just put himself right in the middle of the chemistry and had a lot of unscripted moments. He cusses every show, which every time he does, I forget that Pat changed the rules on that. Oh, so that we got an update.
Pat changed the rules?
Yeah. You can use the S word now, I guess. On
but
ESPN.
only on game day.
No, they were saying it on Kelsey's late night show.
And I was watching Pat McAfee. He had Triple H on with him live from the Intuit Center. Is that what it is?
Intuit Dome.
Thank you. In L.A. for the first Raw on Netflix. And the S word was flying around. So he's allowed to say words now all the time, but I'm not exaggerating. I've never had more fun on the show in 29 years. I love it. I love Pat. I love what he brings. I love the energy he brings. Des, just the whole thing. So Kirk Herbstreit is not going anywhere, but he was thinking about it when he was doing that Amazon game, which I guess stands to reason. I've thought about that, man. He's got so much going on. He's traveling all over the damn place. Sometimes he's flying from that Amazon game to College Game Day, and then on the same day flying to the game he's calling that night.
Yeah, that's most every Saturday, isn't it?
He had one where it was Thursday night game in Atlanta. They were doing the game day out in Berkeley, and then he had to fly for the Tennessee-Oklahoma game to Norman.
Sweet mother of mercy.
All in 2 or 3 days.
I got a lot of miles at this point on Southwest, though, from racking up.
I'm sure he's open seating.
And he's got that dog to take care of. I find him to be very likable. I think he suffers from the Joe Buck syndrome, which is you call a Cardinal game, oh, you hate the Cardinals. Anything Big Ten, oh, he hates the Big Ten. He's against us. And he's just trying to do his job, which is to be objective, which lunatic college fans are not going to like. And then his defense of Ryan Day saying the lunatic fringe. But I think that exists with most big-time brands in sports. There is an element that's a little psychotic about their team.
I just don't think it's a coincidence that he moved from Columbus to Nashville. You know, I don't know how in-depth he's gone on that, but I just don't think that was a coincidence. And the reason I say that is I think that he was dealing with some crap.
He comes across as so likable. I think he's one of those guys where if you don't like him, you're probably the problem. It's not him.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with you.
Projecting. Yeah.
Yes.
Here's what he had to say regarding what he has received the most criticism for is ESPN and his SEC bias, the perspective that ESPN wanted the SEC in there. And again, this is coming with Notre Dame, one of the biggest brands in college football, going up against Penn State tomorrow night, and then Texas, one of the biggest brands as well, going up against another huge brand in Ohio State. Here is Kirk Herbstreit.
The ESPN loves the SEC so much that we could not have paid for a better Final Four with Notre Dame and Ohio State and Penn State and Texas. The only one missing is Michigan. If you could somehow wedge Michigan in. So like this idea that we want Alabama and Texas A&M and Auburn, are you kidding me? Like if you're asking us who we would want, we'll take Ohio State every year, Notre Dame. Like this is ratings bonanza. So if you're going to accuse us of anything, you should accuse us of wanting Ohio State, wanting Notre Dame, and these big brands. If you knew anything about ratings, that's who you want. You don't want these small little Clemsons and small little Southern schools when it comes to cheering for ratings. Ratings are big, massive Big Ten brands. That's what ratings are.
And Notre Dame, who either people love or hate.
Yeah. If you get Ohio State, Notre Dame in the national championship, you think we're going to be like, doggone it, if we could have only gotten a couple good brands in the championship. Just didn't work out this year.
So he's responding to what? People thinking they're mad there's no SEC presence.
Yes.
I mean, Texas, I barely remember they're in the SEC. I still think of them outside of it. But is that what he's responding to? That it's we don't have Alabama, we don't have Georgia. I think he's right. They're just fine. And people who are critiquing it don't know. I mean, they're in a great spot.
I think it's great that the different teams are in there. I don't want to see the same teams there every single year. And it involves more of the country if there's new teams come in and win a championship, or at least contend for it every year.
There hasn't been a back-to-back Big Ten champion since 1965, 1966. How about that? And there is obviously a really good chance that that's going to happen, considering half of the remaining teams are from the Big Ten, and certainly the favorite right now is Ohio State. Your thoughts are welcome anytime. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line, and you're welcome to call on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. So many great sponsors on TMA over the years, and one of the things that they do specifically for our audience is make sure that they are accessible to the loyal listeners, and that is what Stewie at Stewart's American Mortgage does. He gives out his cell phone number to make sure that he is as accessible as possible at all times to the listening audience. You can call him on his cell phone at 314-324-4440, or if you're interested in what he does, Google the Bagel Loan. If you are looking at buying or selling a home, or if you are going to be looking to refinance, Stewie has the knowledge, and he will provide you with the best customer experience. Simply call his cell phone, and I know you're going to have an honest, educational, and fun conversation with Stewie. He'll be able to fill you in on the Bagel Loan, which is all about no fees and no closing costs. Plus, he can get you closed in 10 to 15 days. Call him on his cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. That's Stewie at Stewart's American Mortgage, 314-324-4440. TMA 101 ESPN show is brought to you by Brown & Crouppen. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock. Our Blues losing last night. Jamie Rivers was on the call. He will be joining us coming up on the Callier and Thompson phone lines in about 8 minutes. Jackson sprayed us all with champagne when we walked in here because Missouri's conference losing streak in the SEC, Doug, has come to an end.
Yeah. After
670 days.
Oh, gosh.
Did you add it up, or was that reported somewhere?
I believe Mark Neely, who's on the call last night with Sunvold, said that for the first time in 670 days, the Missouri Tigers win a SEC regular season conference game.
That hurts. That hurts plenty.
That hurt for me. That's a W against LSU. Had to have it, got it.
Hurts that they had such a dry spell. I mean, that's horrible.
You can live in the past if you'd like. I'm looking forward to the future.
Knock it off.
Looking forward to the future.
Really
looking forward to the future. I really am.
That's a team you got to beat, and they did.
Yeah, they have another one, Vandy, on Saturday, where you have to beat. Gabe said the same thing, and absolutely have to beat them. But the SEC is a gauntlet. You saw Tennessee, the AP #1 ranked team, get absolutely smoked last night by Florida. They had 15 points in the first half, fellas.
Who cares, Jackson? That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson acknowledges is attractive, but Jackson says he's not attracted to, and they spar in the Air Comfort Service.
I feel sorry for guys like that. It's always so negative, you know? Must be brutal.
Is that sincere sympathy, or is it kind of...
truly. Like, it must be brutal.
Felt token.
Must be really brutal.
Mizzou is really good at getting to the line. Every game, if you look at the stat sheet, they always 21 to 27 last night. So they're right up. Tom Hart had that stat. It was during the bragging rights game that they're #1 in the country at getting to the line and #2 at free throws made. Yeah. So they're not only getting fouled, they're also making their free throws. Yeah. That's how you win, buddy.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Doug, you like bracketology with Joe Lenardi. You like power rankings. You like bowl projections a year out.
No.
Do you prefer temperatures for squads?
I like that.
We had temperatures yesterday from ESPN.
All made up.
Well, good news. This is going to be fun. MLB tweeted out the World Series matchups for the next 10 years. Their predictions.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Now, hold on. What's wrong with that? This is MLB's
10 years?
Twitter account.
Some of the guys that will be on those rosters are 10 years old right now.
What do you think about the Cardinals playing the White Sox in 2033?
Well, I'll take that one.
This will be a real battle. I think the skipper will still be in a luxury suite upstairs.
Working for another franchise, but here.
That's really what they're predicting?
So you're surprised by that? You don't think the White Sox will be...
Do they run like a simulation, or is it just like, hey, throw a couple darts at the board and see what we can get?
Oh, you think? Based on what could you predict the White Sox and the Cardinals in, what,
2033, the 2033 World Series.
Based on what?
Prospects.
Nearly happened in 2005.
Most of the prospects today will be retired by then.
In 10 years?
Are you surprised that the A's and Rockies will be meeting in 2034?
Stunned by it. Who wrote this and why is he chirping?
It's the MLB Twitter tweets account.
Oh, A's and Rockies?
12.2 million followers. Jackson, is this engagement farming?
I'd say. Would that be the first time any championship has been decided by two teams in Mountain Time Zone?
God bless it. This is like astrology or something.
No, think about it, though.
It's like making stuff up.
You think that has to be, right? That would be the first time. That's interesting, if nothing else.
Fox has to be excited to see the Mets and Red Sox in 2026. That'll be good.
That could actually happen.
This year's World Series, want to take a guess? Because, again, Cardinals and...
Dodgers and Yankees again.
No.
The Santa Fe Padres?
Oh, they'll probably say the Mets because they got Soto. Can we have initials, please?
I would say Phillies.
L-A-D.
L-A-D. That's Lower Arnold Angels.
Dongs.
They're in the league now.
The Dongs.
And D-T.
Detroit Tigers?
Yes!
Really?
06.
Really?
Yeah.
Gosh. Well, we could come up with two teams, too. And you think people around the country would say, really? They wouldn't. They could care less.
It's going to be fun to see a rematch of that We Are Family World Series from, was that 79? They're going to do it again. The Orioles and Pirates in 2028.
They think the Pirates are going to be in the World Series by 2028?
And who wins? Do they have the winner right there?
The Orioles over Pirates.
Okay.
Do you think that 95% of America could name you one Pittsburgh Pirate active?
Probably not. Skeens, maybe.
Yeah, I forgot.
That's your go-to.
Damn.
I saw Randall Grichuk might be signing with the Pirates.
That's your guy.
Doug's guy might be signing with the Pirates.
Why would he be my guy?
Because he hot-tubbed.
I would never hot-tubbed.
Did you talk about hot-tubbing with Randall Grichuk?
I talked about never having had a hot tub with Randall Grichuk. How would I? Why would I?
If not Grichuk, what former Cardinal outfielder would you want to take a soak with?
No one.
I just want to make sure I called it first.
Take a soak with?
Yeah, like get in the hot tub.
I've never thought about that.
No, I haven't either.
It's in the dossier in the 10 o'clock hour. Jackson just moved it up.
Morning.
Jamie Rivers is going to join us coming up on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. In 2025, let's start fresh by making your home more comfortable, energy efficient, and draft free. If you have been feeling the chill in the St. Louis area in your home with these temperatures over the last few days, then this is an opportunity to help the cause with your comfort and your bills. Universal Windows Direct can help you kick off the year with a warmer, cozier home and incredible savings. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. That's right. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 more absolutely free with no limit and 36 months of no interest financing. Plus, if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct and they will beat it. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or you can visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Chairman Kurt is here. And we'll talk it over with Chairman Kurt about his odyssey today, sliding off the road in these dangerous conditions in the St. Louis metropolitan area. So for those of you commuting for real, be careful. I say that with sincerity. It is slow going, and even if the roads look like they're better, there is still ice all over the place, and Chairman Kurt experienced that firsthand this morning, sliding off the road. Jamie Rivers is scheduled to join us here in the segment. Jackson is efforting, so we will hope to talk with Jamie Rivers about last night in St. Paul, where the Blues lost 6-4 to the Wild, and hope to turn it around, and kind of need to turn it around ASAP with the Ducks coming to town, Doug, tomorrow night, and then CBJ, and then back-to-back with the Flames. You like the back-to-backs?
I do. I really do.
Like
it just makes sense to me to not travel so much. That's a long way to go to Calgary or back. I don't know why a lot of those Western Canada teams don't do more of this. Also, it kind of helps you get to know the team a little bit better. That's what happens in the playoffs. Yeah. You play a team multiple times in a row, all of a sudden you know everyone on the team.
Like Mike Ricci.
That's exactly what I was getting to. But, you know, usually a lot of teams come in, they're here for 2.5 hours, you watch them play, and then you don't see them again for 4 months. But when they're back-to-back, you get to know the league a bit.
I miss that
better.
Saturday-Sunday Blues-Blackhawks back-to-back, where they, you know, you'd have a fight on Saturday night, then they'd get on the plane, they'd go up to Chicago Stadium the next night. I wish they could schedule more of those. Although Calgary being here, I wonder why, in the NHL schedule-making world, why is that a thing? Somehow, in the grand scheming of it, like, there has to be a reason. Other than, oh, that'll be kind of fun for St. Louis. There had to be some travel thing, how the whole thing played out, but it is interesting. You get Calgary, they get to hang out. They go to Grant's Farm, maybe visit the Arch. They'll be here for a handful of days.
It just seems like a team could save tens of thousands of dollars over the course of a year if they did this more often.
I guess variety for the fans. If you're selling tickets and you're the Blues, you've got a Tuesday and a Thursday, you probably don't want the same opponent.
Now, the Blues have a back-to-back with Vegas, one there and then one here.
But January you think they should just stay in Las Vegas for a few nights, and I'm sure the boys would be happy with that, too.
If you're going to make 2 trips out there a year, make 1 trip and save tens of thousands of dollars on travel.
Pony up at the, where would you always stay at the Wynn, and you just sit in the high-limit stakes area.
I just sit there. You know, sit there and gamble. Gamble. Sit.
People are wiring you money, reloading.
Jamie Rivers joins us now on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Jamie.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good, man. Thanks for joining us. Last night's game, I mean, it was exciting, but, God, it kind of smarts after they come back and they rattle off 4 straight and then wind up losing that thing. Plus the sustained pressure they had at the end with the empty net. You just thought they were going to be able to break through and then weren't able to, and kind of a bad break leading to that empty netter. What's your analysis of the way that one feels, comparatively speaking, to, say, Columbus, where they rallied but weren't able to win that one either?
Yeah, it's tough to go on the road and lose 2 games for sure. You got to have that win last night, in my opinion. You know, you get down too early, and there's a lot of variables early in that game, especially with the Zuccarello running over Binnington, and then, you know, is there a call or is there no call? Is it interference? Is it not? Then you see, you know, the team kind of get rattled, and Jim Montgomery, for the first time, is very animated as to how, you know, unpleased he is with the officials, and you worry at that point that the team can kind of veer off the course. But they didn't. You know, and in fact, what they did was they pushed back, and they pushed back big time and scored four goals in a row. And then they slowly kind of handed it back to the Minnesota Wild, which is, you know, not what you want to do. And it was just a weird game, Tim. Like, you got the goaltender thing, and then you've got the Broberg situation where he goes to make a pass in the neutral zone. Stick breaks in half, and then the Wild go in with 3-on-1, I guess, or not 3-on-1/2, because Broberg has no stick, and then they scored the goal there. It was so many weird things last night. It was just very odd, but it doesn't matter. You know, if you're the Blues, you're up by 2 halfway through that game. You're up by 1 going into the last period of the game, and you give the game back. You can't have that happen. You're in a playoff hunt. You're trying to be a team that becomes consistent. You're trying to be a team that shows the rest of the conference, the rest of the league that, look, things are different here. And for the most part, they are. But, you still didn't come away with the 2 points at that point, and that stings, man. It really does.
Was there any theme when they're up 4-2? They'd made the great comeback. Do they ease up? Do they get a little loose in their game? Is there anything you notice that changes? Because if you get that lead, you would think they would kind of really clamp down.
Yeah, the only thing I really noticed, guys, was that, leading up to that, even when they were down 2-0 to the Wild, they were tight or connected, as they say these days. Where you're 6-7 feet apart, nice passes, good speed, keep going, pressing up the ice, puck into the offensive zone, and controlling it at that point. But then when they got up by 2, it seemed like they became spread out a little bit. Guys were, and you don't do this knowingly, but guys are kind of, extending the zone a little bit, a little more far apart, looking for a home run pass, and maybe looking for that pass through the neutral zone going east-west instead of moving the puck forward like they did for the most part. And I think that kind of bit them a little bit. I think that they got away from what they were doing to, kind of narrow the gap with the Wild and then get ahead. And then once they got ahead, they kind of changed their game a little bit. And you just can't do that. You got to stick to the basics. You got to stick to what's been working for you. And let's be honest, you score 4 goals in any game, you should be winning. So these last 2 games that are losses, you scored 4 goals in each game. You should be winning those games with the defense core that you have and the goaltending that you've had for the last year and a half. You should be winning those games.
We heard Montgomery say he didn't think they played with enough grit late in the game. Is that something you can turn on and off as a player? Do you know when you're not playing with enough grit, as he calls it?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, something you turn on or off. I think what happens is that you just sort of become comfortable. And it's not like you're sitting there playing, you're like, oh, okay, it's time to not try hard anymore. Because I don't think any of the players are doing that. In fact, I know they're not doing that. But that being said, it's a situation where, some of the small details that Jim Montgomery talks about are so important in the game, and you kind of veer off the course a little bit. And that's what sucks, is you've got to make sure you keep the game tight. And the Blues, with this version of the Blues, they don't have the luxury of taking a shift or 2 off or veering off the course at all, because you've got to stick to the game plan, and that's what's helping you win games. That's what's got you to a point where you might be a playoff team. You just can't have anybody, whether it's your top player or your lowest player, take a shift off or change the course, so to say, and not play the game the way they're supposed to, because Jim Montgomery said it last night. Whether he calls it grit or details or determination or whatever the heck it is, you just have to stick with what's working, and that formula of hockey is not working.
Jamie Rivers, our guest here on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. You can watch the show at youtube.com/TMASTL. Jamie with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. What is your opinion of the goaltending in the last couple of games? When you get that kind of offensive output on the road, you'd like to think you'd pick up at least a couple points, and unfortunately, that's not what transpired in Columbus and Minnesota. Your assessment of what we saw from Hofer and Binnington over the last 2 games?
Yeah, look, I think these guys are maybe the best 1-2 tandem in the league, and we didn't see that in the last couple of games. We just haven't. I'm not being critical of the goaltending. I mean, I guess I am in saying it that way, but, these guys have been good for, the last 2 seasons. They're a really good tandem. I think if you asked each of these goaltenders how they feel about their performances in the last 2 games, they're pretty honest dudes. I think they'd say, we need to be better, or we should have won those games. And you just need more. But look, at the end of the day, it happens. If a left winger on the 3rd line or 4th line has a bad game, odds are it doesn't affect the team too much. But when your goaltenders have a bad game or an off game or an off period, you can tell right away. And unfortunately, that's the way it is. It's like a pitcher in baseball. If a guy has a phenomenal game but has a bad inning, and gets lit up for 3-4 runs or 5 runs, then that's the game, and that's all you remember. And unfortunately, that's what we're dealing with right now with Hofer and Binnington. The last 2 games is there's been moments where they probably would like some of those goals back.
I suppose one of the things that has improved is the Blues' goal scoring. They've scored 4 or more, 4 games in a row, 6 of the last 7 games. So the people that were worried about whether there was enough offensive punch, maybe there is.
Yeah, you're right. And that leads me right back to the frustration of maybe not winning those games is because the Blues record, I don't have it at my fingertips right now, but the Blues record overall, when they score 3 goals or more, is very lopsided. They win more games than they lose, obviously. And that's just with 3 goals a game, let alone 4 goals a game, Doug, which you're talking about. And you got to have that. It's the Columbus Blue Jackets and the Minnesota Wild. And the Minnesota Wild team that was depleted. They didn't have a couple of their best players in the lineup, including Faber, who left the game halfway through the first period on defense. And when you score 4 goals, you got to make that worth your while. And you just didn't. You just didn't capitalize on all that. And, they're going to go back to the drawing board now, and you hope that this couple weeks here, 10 days or so of homestand can help you make up for it. But you don't want to look back at the end of the season at this 2-game road trip and go, man, those are the 2 games that did it for us.
When you travel with the team, Jamie, did this one hit a little differently? I mean, you play 82. There's going to be some that are great, some that are bad. Did this one feel different in any way around the room?
Yeah, you've been around long enough. You're walking around, you feel the energy in the air that it's just not quite the same. It's just a loss. Like the other night in Columbus was a loss, and guys are angry, but you're like, okay, move on to Minnesota and kind of figure things out. This one last night was a little different. Guys they could sense that was a game that was given back to the opposition. That was 2 points they should have had, and it was a different vibe all around. Knowing that you were down 2, scored 4 in a row to get up by 2, and then you lose. It's not good. It's not good. And Jim Montgomery, go back and listen to his presser.
Yeah.
This is the first time where Monty's had to sit back and go, okay, it's one thing to be like the new coach and the good guy and the positive energy. But last night was the first time where you saw Monty kind of a little bit pissed at his team that they let this one slide.
Yep, I would agree with that. The post-game comments were certainly pointed last night from Jim Montgomery. Jamie Rivers with us here on the program every Wednesday, and you can hear him on the Fast Lane on 101 ESPN from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Blues and Ducks as the Blues begin a 4-game homestand tomorrow night at Enterprise Center. Jamie, appreciate the time as always, man. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a great one.
You too. That's Jamie Rivers with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Munganast, a longtime loyal sponsor of TMA. And if you are in the market for a new car or a pre-owned car, go to stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. And we talk about the accessibility the TMA sponsors have with the audience. They have set up a number for our audience to call or text them directly that is specific for TMA listeners with Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast. And that number to call or text is the following: 314-252-0029. That's 314-252-0029. Or you can go online at stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Chairman Kurt is in after sliding off the road and having to be pulled out by a truck. I want to hear what's going on with this guy. He's going to be back in studio with us on the other side of the break after he slid off the road en route to the station this morning. Jeremy Rutherford is going to be in studio in the 9 o'clock hour. And Martin, we have a surprise guest. Doug likes guessing games. Any hints that you can share? Can you not?
I don't think I'm going to give any hints.
How about a birthplace?
Birthplace?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Nice. No, that didn't help much.
I'm going to guess Ella Reese. That's kind of where I am. Doug, I don't know if you think.
Okay.
What if it was Kurt? What if he was the surprise?
Chairman Kurt is
we had
the
kind of this
surprise.
whole evil plan where he would pretend to be stuck in the snow.
Scandalous.
His calves were not injured in this incident, by the way.
Yeah, he was wearing shorts in the accident.
See, that's risky this time of year. You get a moment of
high
ice.
risk, man. Email in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Buck Swope, Misty Plops, Doty's Takeaway, and the D-Gen from Jefferson County, all with wins so far this month. You can compete by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The temperatures might be sub-freezing in Salt Lake City, but it got even colder when Ice Trey and the Hawks rolled into town. Trey Young with a 50-foot buzzer beater to seal the victory for the Hawks in what might have been the shot of the year. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMASTL. And 212 people are in there talking it over right now, including Jackson's conscience, which is a picture of Frank Haith. Joey Vitale's Orange Scully, Droid Effects, and Janet's favorite poster, Tiny Peepee.
Oh.
Caller Janet.
Big call yesterday.
Locked up caller of the month, I think, yesterday.
The early leader posted a really low number. Impressive to see. Chairman Kurt is in after sliding off the road en route to Hubbard Radio this morning. Chairman Kurt, tell the audience what happened.
Full disclosure, probably going a little faster than I should have. Nothing crazy, but...
You were driving at a breakneck pace?
A what?
Breakneck pace?
I've never heard that term,
well.
but yeah, I guess maybe that's what it was. But just hit a slick spot, veered off, side of the road, kind of telling the guys not far from the Murdoch cutoff. There's a Metrolink station over there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I got
Doug, would you say that's about a mile northwest of Mom's Deli?
I don't know. Maybe, I guess. Sure.
And then maybe a mile and a third from Ted Drew's? Would you say that that's about...
It's pretty close, yeah.
You get the dad special at Mom's Deli?
I do, and I get...
Can we get back to this near-fatal accident?
Not fatal. Not near fatal.
I'm going to do a key bump of
Used to be a shop and save over there on Chippewa, I think.
Yeah, and they turned it into a Schnucks for a minute.
Then there was a karaoke. Johnny Gito's would do karaoke late at night.
The man almost died in this car wreck.
Yeah, but Johnny Gito's was a spot late at night.
Okay.
Yeah. There was an old guy that had a chair, and you couldn't sit in his chair. I think he had a really old wig, too, kind of like the grandpa in Christmas Vacation. He would get up there and do Sinatra, and he would kill it.
Oh, is that right? Did you bring it? But back to Kurt's near-death experience.
No, Johnny Gito's. But luckily, you know, I catch a little hell for having a little Jeffco in me, and it came in handy today. I got an uncle with Jeffco roots that doesn't live too far from there, and brought his truck over and pulled me right out, Doug.
Huh, he had some change that he put on your car?
Yep. And I said, Jackson, you weren't in here when I said this, but I tried texting you. It was one of those where I texted, looked down at my phone. It was still, I hadn't hit send.
Oh, okay. No worries, baby.
Yeah, so.
I was just glad. I was hoping you just slept
You like
in.
that, Doug? Don't worry, baby.
No, you don't need to talk to people like that.
I couldn't be sorrier. I just thought maybe you slept in. I was like, I hope that's the case, because with these conditions out there, I was quite nervous. So when I saw that text, I was like, oh, no. But then when you said you were fine, your car was fine, I was like, thank God.
So if I ever oversleep, I'm just going to say I drifted off the road.
Yeah.
It's my new goal.
It's a good play.
Yeah.
So the car's not damaged?
No, car's not damaged
okay.
at all. It just, I couldn't reverse out of the situation I was in, so.
You didn't even have to pay a record to pull you out.
No, and I figured calling like AAA or a tow, I'd probably still be there right now. So.
Probably so.
Was it before the river to Pear?
Kind of parallel to?
On the shores of?
On the banks.
On the banks of the river to Pear.
And your car's four-wheel drive, isn't it?
No.
Okay.
No,
it's been a tough week for your car. Stuck in the alley, side of the road by the River to Pear Yacht Club.
Martin, my uncle, was the DJ at Johnny Gito's. Thanks. That's from the 314.
Oh, thank you.
How about that?
You guys have a karaoke song that you could go to?
It was a big thing at Rams training camp in Macomb.
Yeah. Wasn't Howard Balzer the big karaoke guy?
Yes, he was really into it. And one of the nights we went, was it the Purple Pride, Doug? We used to hang out.
I didn't go there.
And they said everybody does it. R.B. Fallstrom, Jim Holder was big on the. And I said, I don't want to do karaoke. And they said, get up there. So I did Convoy by C.W. McCall.
Oh, did you?
Just to kind of tick everybody off, because it's a terrible song to do karaoke. And that was the end of my karaoke career.
Up. Jackson, everybody knows about Jackson's, Doug. It's the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Nailed it.
Is that it?
Because everyone can sing along.
Could we hear a few bars?
In West Philadelphia, born and raised, on the playground is where I spent most of my days, chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, just shooting some b-ball outside of school when a couple of guys that were up to no good started making trouble in my neighborhood. But on one little fight, my mom got scared and said, you're moving with your auntie and uncle in Bel-Air.
Oh, nice.
Wow. How great was that?
You sing that in karaoke situations?
Yeah, but the problem is there's a full version of the song that didn't really play before the episodes. It was
like
more
a remix?
Like a condensed version kind of played because they couldn't spend 90 seconds doing an intro. And so I don't really know that middle part. I have to really stare at the screen, but then everyone knows the end and the beginning.
Just need a little more zip to it. I
didn't have any music under
Okay,
it.
I'm sorry. I know, but I just maybe sell it a little more.
That looked pretty good.
But it was nice. It was very nice.
I felt good about it.
Yeah, you should. That was David Klein of Hedonism.
Correct.
Tim, what's your karaoke go-to?
Boy, I mean, there's
Amadeus?
so many. Amadeus by Falco. Yeah. Big Daddy Kane, I Get the Job Done.
Yeah.
and then No Vaseline by Ice Cube.
Oh, I bet that goes well.
I just want to diversify.
There's a
my
song called No Vaseline?
Yeah, there is, and it's a wonderful. Was that on Death Certificate in 1991?
Don't ask me. I didn't even know it existed.
Not Ice Trey. That would be Trey Young.
Who was in the Sports Center update, if
Is
I'm
he
not
known
mistaken.
as Ice Trey?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The Atlanta rap group Migos has a song called Ice Tray, and he kind of adopted that nickname because he's cold.
Think about
Trey
it.
Young.
Okay.
Tiny Peepee says the best best karaoke was Brett Hull singing Gloria.
Probably so. That's going to be hard to beat.
One moment.
That will be really hard to ever top.
Oh, God. That's an all-timer.
Glory, Gloria.
He held the note, too, Doug.
That's pretty good.
I think he started with more of like a mass version of Gloria, like religious, and then he kind of realized it's actually the pop single that I'm supposed to be doing. Didn't it sound a little like mass, maybe Midnight Mass?
Put Jackson on the spot, and I'm not sure. He was really
Brett.
proud of playing a drop.
Gloria,
he was
I wanna
enjoying a
hear.
celebratory libation, and now he's on the spot, and I'm going to short this, Doug. We're not going to hear it. We're not going to hear it.
It's the same drop I just played? or-
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got that right here.
Glory, Gloria.
Kind of like at mass, right? The
was
priest
really
walking
good.
out.
It has to be.
I heard Laura Branigan all day.
It has to be on the Mount Rushmore of great St. Louis sports moments.
One of the best. I don't know if you've ever heard Chase tell the story, Martin. So he's off to the side of the stage, and I believe that there was an edict from the organization to not. Yeah, okay, so you're aware of this, to not let Brett Hull go out there with the microphone. and then Doug Armstrong says to Chase, and I feel like somebody else, but Chase is the one who's told me the story, and I think he said it on the podcast, so it's not like I'm speaking out of school. And Armstrong goes, "Get the hell out there and get the mic away from him." And Chase goes, "What do you want me to do?" Two guys start fighting on the stage, rolling around.
That also might have got people fired up,
it's
too.
the greatest.
It's Brett Hull. What are you going to do?
Yeah, seriously, that's like, what do you do in this situation? If he wants the mic, he's taking the mic.
The Marshall Falk roast, Michael Irvin got a little long-winded. They said, "Get him off the stage."
They wanted you to do it.
Yes, I was the host. I said, "I'm not going to take Michael Irvin off the stage. What am I supposed to do?" And they're like, "Remember Amit, who ran a lot of
black
events,
and white ball, Doug, which you go to. Nellie's black and white.
I haven't been yet.
Ran a lot of events." He said, "Get him off the stage." So then I got up there and I said, "We all know the only way to stop Michael Irvin is flashing red lights." He had just been arrested that week. Nobody laughed harder than Michael Irvin.
He enjoyed it.
Yes.
He's self-deprecating. Yeah, I like Michael Irvin.
Is it a caller on line one? Is that what this says? That's Chairman Kurt. Is it a
We've
good
heard
one?
from him before. I don't know that he's given us his name, but I've talked to this guy quite a bit, and he's got some Cardinals questions.
Oh, okay. That's all. That's all
Right
you
on
got to do
topic.
to get
Right
on
on
the
topic.
air here on 101 ESPN. Caller with Cardinal questions is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yes, caller with Cardinal questions.
Yes, sir. Have the Cardinals made any decision yet on their TV rights? Is it going to be on pay-per-view, or is it going to be on, like on regular Spectrum like that, like it's right now?
Yeah, they are going to continue to be on what is now known as FanDuel Sports Midwest.
Will you have to pay about a month for this one now, though?
Well, it depends on what your provider is. What does he sounds like? You're a Spectrum customer, is that correct?
Yes.
So yeah, that'll be just in your deal.
It seems like right now the Cardinals are so interested in getting rid of Arenado. They're not playing. Spring training opens in what, 6 weeks?
Yeah, less than that.
Mm-hmm. Wow. And they haven't got a starting pitcher.
Wow. The Cardinals are one of 6 organizations this offseason that has not spent a cent.
That's good if you have the talent to back it up, but they don't have the talent to back it up.
That's right. Isn't this John?
Yes, this is John.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to get to know the callers, Tim.
I like that.
It seems like the ownership group or ownership itself can't afford the club. Why don't they get rid of it, sell it?
You know, for the first time over the last handful of years, I've heard a lot of fans say that about, hey, if you're not in, then sell the team. I don't know if that's necessarily anything they're thinking about. We asked Bill DeWitt III when he was on with us a couple months ago, point blank, if that's something that they're considering, and he said no. But I know some people have gotten frustrated, John, over the last few years.
Yes, they have. A lot of people have. You know what I mean? Because the Cardinals got a rich history of you have to listen all the way back to 26 when they won their first World Series. Sure, they've had some bad times in there when Anheuser-Busch, when Augie died, and Anheuser-Busch took it over, and Claudio was impressed. He said, I won't pay a ball player more money than I make. I remember that quotation.
Absolutely.
And the club just went into a spiral. You know, it was going nowhere.
John, who's your favorite Cardinal of all time?
Nice question.
I've been a Cardinal fan since I've been
wasn't a question
about 18, maybe longer than that. And I'm 85 right now.
85, but who's your favorite? Is it Stan?
Yes, we just go to every ball game I could go to. But right now I don't go downtown anymore because you don't know if you might get down there, but you don't know if you're going to be back in one piece.
A lot of people feel that way.
Is there any Cardinal you would get in a hot tub with?
Oh,
no.
Well, okay. Well, that was a question. I'm sorry, but that was a question earlier. That was kind of Doug's.
That's kind of Doug's bit.
I appreciate you taking my call.
Oh, you are the man. I love John.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
That's had enough.
Thank you, John. I enjoyed that.
Serious call until we got to the hot.
Well, no, we said favorite Cardinal. At least I did, and then I thought, oh, that's right. We were asking Cardinals for the hot tub.
How's your side piece?
Doug said Gritchick, and I just
I didn't say anybody.
Okay. I looked at I like to go through the old texts from previously discussed on the show, and something like an hour ago, it just said Bernie Carbone. I thought, what is that? And I realized it was the hot tub question.
Pretty good outfielder.
Martin, Mr. Tim did that Cardinal fantasy camp. Does he count? If so, can I hot tub with him? Thanks. That's from Brian Henson, and as you know, he covers the Colts.
Kind of. Yeah.
Mr. Licks says, I have a pretty heartbreaking message to share. Can I call in? Doug, that's Mr. Licks.
Bring a little more energy than normal. He just puts us to sleep.
314-974-0101 is how you can join this program, just like John did.
Enjoy that.
Callier and Thompson phone lines. Mr. Licks, if you have this heartbreaking message that you want to share with the audience, feel free to get involved in the program, just like anybody can do on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. Doug, check this out. Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Billikens, rah, rah.
Okay.
Or the Bonnies. Nobody beats the Bonnies.
Okay, I've heard that.
That's Woj's team.
There you go.
Went all in on the Bonnies.
Well, the Billikens host the Bonnies tonight at Chaffetz Arena. 7 p.m. tip. Top two teams in the A10 standings. Andy Katz ranks this matchup as the 9th best men's college basketball game this week. And fans can purchase a ticket to the game at slewbillikens.com for only $15. How about that? $15. Billikens are kind of righting the ship here as of late, and they will be taking on the Bonnies at 7 p.m. at Chaffetz, and you can get in for $15 at slewbillikens.com, and fans can purchase a Billikens Tumbler-themed ticket for only $20 at slewbillikens.com. Tonight's matchup pits one of the top offenses in the league in the Billikens against one of the top defenses in the league in St. Bonaventure. Slew is 2-0 in the A10 for the 4th time in its 20 years in the league, and the Billikens won their first 2 conference games, both by a double-digit margin for the first time since 1994, 1995. You can get tickets for tonight's game for only $15 at slewbillikens.com, and you can also purchase a Billikens Tumbler-themed ticket for only $20 at slewbillikens.com. Billikens and the Bonnies tonight at Chaffetz Arena. There you go.
Andy Katz says 9th best matchup. Doug, do you have a temperature for tonight's game?
A temperature, I think it would be around 86 degrees.
Oh, okay.
The Bonnies have won 8 straight. 8 straight wins for the Bonnies.
It's a tough place to get to up there. Olean, New York.
Is that where this is?
Mark Schmidt's been the coach for a long. He's a tough one to get past.
How large a town is Olean, New York?
How do they say about 8,000? Not including students.
Home of Bob Lanier, I guess.
The Billikens bus was stolen from there once. Didn't they have a? Remember that story?
No.
They were leaving. Now I'm going to get this story wrong. I'm sorry. It's loosely true. Something happened. They were leaving, and the bus driver left, and all of their iPads and everything. And
now I think this is kind of...
Yeah, and they had to track down the bus driver because he left with all their stuff. It's already hard enough to get to. I'm going to text Rammer for a little clarity here on this. I'd like to get
Some people were theorizing Bob Ramsey was the surprise guest at 9:30.
could well
Is
have been.
Martin like firing a meta play on level 4 to get us off the scent of Bob Ramsey joining us at 9:30?
I'm not that advanced in my surprise guest bookings.
Surprise guest coming up at 9:30. Jimmy Rutherford is going to be in studio in the 9 o'clock hour taking your 2-part questions. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Doug, you've often said we launched Nikki Glaser's career.
Feels like it.
In 2004, she was on the Morning Grind with me, Martin, and Jimmy the Cat Hayes, and producer Joe, who has a landing strip. And at the time, if I'm not mistaken, she was 18 years old and was just starting her career, and then hosts the Golden Globes because of her appearance on the Morning Grind in 2004 and the morning after in 2010. And it went so well that CBS and the Golden Globes booked her for the 2025 Golden Globes. And she did so well on Sunday night. Jackson Burkett, our entertainment reporter, has this morning breaking news. Doug, what do you have here from Jackson?
Per the New York Post, Nikki Glaser will be returning to host the Golden Globes in 2026, and she also will likely be returning as host in 2027 as part of an alleged 3-year deal she signed at some point last year.
You have a problem with the alleged?
Yes. I am reading directly from the New York Post. Sean Mandel wrote the article yesterday around 9:22 p.m. Eastern. So that is what is being reported about Nikki Glaser.
How about that? Good for her. Tip of the cap.
I think
she's in this building quite often, Martin. She's on the Courtney Show quite a bit. Yeah.
She loves the Courtney Show.
Maybe she's the surprise guest. I don't know. I mean,
she was on Stern like the morning after.
She is fast ascending to be one of the top stand-up comedians in the nation.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, and if you're
all about that Tom Brady roast, that was the accelerator.
Yeah, if you're CBS and the Hollywood Foreign Press, you're like, if we can get someone locked in who we know is good, we know people like, we don't have to go through the headache of bringing in a new host who people might not like. You have what was the guy's name last year, Joe Coy? That people didn't resonate.
No idea who he was.
Yeah, he didn't resonate with people. If you can lock that, I think the Oscars might be something similar with Conan O'Brien. I think he's going to be perfect, and I think they would probably want to get him locked in too.
It's hard to get the right person with everybody complaining, and you can only do certain jokes. Was there a Seth Rogen joke that got edited out? Did you see that?
There's a bunch of jokes that got edited out. She told on Stern the next day.
that were edited out by, I thought it was live.
No, she
chose
cut.
not to.
Right. Edited out would be the wrong.
But Seth Rogen did a joke, I guess, that they deleted. Or did you see that?
Really?
Is that right?
They just silenced the mic?
Again, I loosely know the facts here. I like to read a lot of headlines without actually...
Headline hunting.
Yeah, but he made some joke about doing something to Kermit the Frog or something.
He was working kind of blue.
I believe that's, yeah.
He was working kind of blue, and they probably just deleted the mic there for a few seconds.
But I think the fact you can lock somebody in that everybody agrees did a good job, there's very few options. Right? Ricky Gervais made him mad because didn't he just destroy the room?
Yes, he was my favorite.
That was one of the all-time greats. That was 2020, a month or two before COVID hit. Yep.
Yeah, I think Conan's going to kill it as the Oscars. I think the younger folks and older folks alike think Conan is the bee's knees. I sure do.
Yeah, he's hard enough.
He's always my favorite late night host. I know that's kind of a weird take, but
you were 11 when he was on the Tonight Show.
I know, the TBS days. Because TBS, as a kid, would play Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, the aforementioned show. They'd play reruns of Seinfeld. They would play reruns of The Office sometimes. And then at night, it would be Conan. You get promos for Conan, whoever he had on. And I always thought he was really funny.
It is funny.
Physical comedian. And now he does his podcast. I think Conan's great.
Your opinions on Conan O'Brien are welcome by calling.
That or the Arenado trade. Either way.
314-974-0101. You can email in, too, the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Doug, it is cold, and more snow is in the forecast. How about that?
I don't like it.
75% chance of snow on Friday in the St. Louis metropolitan area. 1 to 3 inches is what I am seeing on my iPhone. So I don't know what they're saying at the 2 Fox Martin, but another 1 to 3 inches on top of what we already have.
Well, the roads are now clear, so it's time for more snow.
There you go. So hey, if you're dealing with heating issues, it is going to be cold, continuing to be cold in the St. Louis metropolitan area over the next, I don't know when this is going to go away. I guess we're not forecast to be above freezing for the most of the day until maybe Sunday. A high of 37 on Sunday, low of 26. Otherwise, it is going to continue to be super cold in the metropolitan area. Looks like next Friday, 45 degrees, Doug. That's the best high we got over the next 9 days.
That'll get rid of most of the snow.
Melt a lot of it. Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's Seth Goldcamp. I'm a client. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. And Seth has been the longest running sponsor on TMA. 10 years. Longtime sponsor, and we're longtime clients. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. CBSSports.com. With this column just posted on trades in Major League Baseball. They write, there will be trades between now and the start of spring training, and that's inevitable, and some will involve big names. No longer are January and February a time for minor signings and small flips. Major business happens after New Year's. With that in mind, here is a trade market reset with the 10 players or 10 groups of players most likely to move between now and spring training. And number 1, Nolan Arenado and Sonny Gray. How about that?
Really?
St. Louis has already agreed to one Arenado trade this offseason. They had a deal in place to send him to the Astros last month, but Arenado used his no-trade clause to block the move, and then Houston pivoted to Christian Walker. The Cardinals owe Arenado $64 million over the next 3 years and were reportedly willing to pay down $5 million per year as part of the Astros trade. They might have to eat even more money to get a trade done before spring training. Complicating Arenado's trade market is Alex Bregman, who remains unsigned and gives potential Arenado suitors an alternative at third base and thus leverage over the Cardinals. With his 34th birthday coming up in April, Arenado is now a league average hitter and above average, i.e. no longer all-world defender at the hot corner. He's reportedly open to playing first base to facilitate a trade, which is a pretty good indication he wants out. Arenado at first makes no baseball sense given his third base glove. As for Gray, who's owed $65 million over the next 2 years, which is not outrageous for a pitcher of his caliber, the challenge could be finding a team with $25 million, Gray's 2025 salary, and spending room still available. This late in the offseason, many teams have spent most of their money, and the short-term control will limit Gray's trade market to contenders. St. Louis is entering what they're calling a, quote, reset, and lowering payroll is apparently part of it. Unloading Arenado and or Gray is the easiest way to accomplish that. They say the potential landing spots, Doug, this will surprise you, the Red Sox and the Yankees.
Yeah, who could have seen
and
that
then
coming?
also a third team, the Mets.
Oh.
And then they just throw out maybe the Angels.
Are some of these stories now AI driven? There was one about Arenado, and it said also trade available is Bregman. I'm like, he's not a trade candidate. I feel like the AI aggregate might have
sign and trade. Somebody's going to sign him as a free agent, then trade him.
Maybe Sonny Gray is having second thoughts.
It seems like teams either have unlimited money, can spend whatever, or they have none.
That's right. That's right. And there's basically 3 of those.
Yeah.
It's quite a time.
If we need to tie it all together, we get Brett Hull on the phone to talk about Sonny Gray. They're buddies from Nashville.
Oh, is that right?
Oh,
yeah.
really?
Playing at Troubadour, probably. If I had to guess, that's where Hull will play. If I'm not mistaken, he's played with Justin Thomas down there, Doug. Anybody watch TGL last night, by the way? Anybody? It was pretty entertaining.
I saw a few minutes of it.
I wasn't expecting it. It was pretty entertaining on ESPN. 2 hours. It was pretty entertaining. I would recommend it.
It looked like a really neat facility.
It really. I kind of thought. Well, I didn't kind of. I thought it was going to be ridiculously moronic, but it was pretty good. Jackson, did you? I'm surprised you didn't.
Missouri Tigers, LSU Tigers. I was locked in.
I just kind of got scolded for asking.
You really
I?
did.
I was locked in.
How dare you?
I haven't tried. Sorry,
at halftime.
Okay.
You're watching the Blues and Wild then.
No.
Don't say it like that.
Say like what?
No. Like heavens no, you wouldn't watch.
I was probably just breaking down film, looking at what I liked defensively. Loved the effort.
Which team we're talking about now?
Missouri. I'm a true son, in case you forgot, Doug. And so
no, I know that.
8 o'clock rolls around. Also, by the way, every one day college basketball will figure out that 2 hours is not enough time for a college basketball game to go on. At 8 o'clock yesterday, Kentucky, Georgia had 7 minutes left to go.
So you were hopping, Matt?
I had to go to the ESPN app, sign in, sign out. Just further proof that we need to centralize the streaming.
Like centralize the streaming.
Has any Mizzou 8 o'clock tip started with the TV coverage intended the way it was supposed?
It just never works that
It
way.
never works.
Tale as old as time.
That way. You can get involved on the program, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line, and then the YouTube chat is active as the day is long with 253 friends of the feather in there at youtube.com/TMASTL, and that includes Diddles the Piddles, Tunneling Gerbil, Droid Effects, John Scores, Tiny Peepee, and Timothy Chalamet's Sheer Stockings. They're all in there talking it over, and you can join in the conversation as well. Jeremy Rutherford's going to be in studio coming up, and then Martin's got a surprise guest at 9:30 on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
I clicked on the wrong song.
This is a good one, though.
I meant to click on the Blues Glory, the acoustic session song, and I accidentally hit Freedom.
Okay.
Sorry, JR.
Wow.
Martin, you like this?
I don't think I've ever heard this. No offense. I'm only in season 3 of Team A.
Above the sex shot?
It was the Fesco season.
Sick of it!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. And look, Doug, look who's over there. It's Jeremy Rutherford.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, JR.
Hello, Douglas. Elvin Vaughn.
Yes. You made it here all the way from Jeffco?
No, Minnesota.
Oh,
Yeah.
You didn't even go home.
Tim, I was telling these guys, don't judge the attire here. I was in a hotel bar with Derek Gould about 7 hours ago having a cocktail. Mike Russo at the Marriott there in Minnesota. Jumped the plane, not too much sleep, and so here I am in my Jeffco garb.
Wow, tip of the cap to you, sir.
It's okay, but I said it's blizzard casual right now. I just realized I have a lunch meeting after this, and I dress the way I normally dress. But it's okay. It's a friend.
Wow, my goodness, real big tip of the cap for being in here. Then
So you
today.
went home and slept for, what, an hour?
Yeah, back to the hotel for an hour and a half or so.
But did you come straight from the airport here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Listen to you boys. It's great turning on the radio and hearing your voices.
How about that, Doug?
I like the Chairman Kurt repping Jeffco there. That's the first thought that comes to my mind, too, when I go in a ditch. It's not, called AAA. It's called, is Jeb working? I could call my cousin Jeb. He could get, no, he's working the pizza parlor late last night. He's probably not up.
JR, last night we got a little, I don't want to say terse with Jim Montgomery. I don't think that would be fair, but he, perhaps in his first time in his tenure with the Blues, expressing frustration with his team.
Yeah,
The
you can
grit.
kind of see it in his face. Definitely hear it in his words, but kind of see it in his face. I think, in talking about giving up that 2-goal lead in the third period and then losing the game, that's a game they could have had against a good team. And I know Minnesota's playing without, Kaprizov and some of their top players, but they're still winning games. And if you can walk out of there with a win against Minnesota after what happened in Columbus, you're feeling pretty good. Even Doug Armstrong, he was on the trip, saw him inside the locker room, and, none too pleased. So tough one to take, and I agree with you that Montgomery kind of a little more outspoken than he has been.
And we were asking Rivers about this earlier, too, about just the vibe. Did you sense that since you were there? Like the team knew that they kind of let that one get away?
Yeah, and you know what? You guys have all been there before when you're talking to players, and maybe you listened to the interviews last night. Sometimes you can lob the players a softball and see which direction they're going to go with it, and then you can kind of see what the tone of the interview is going to be. And, I mentioned, too, I didn't try to go Calvin on Jake Neighbors. But
Calvin.
But I said to
Would
Jake,
you say tough night, score 4 unanswered goals, and then lose 6-4?
What would you think about that? I said to Jake,
Love Cal.
you guys get down 2 and you get back in that game. And sometimes, I don't want to say you try to provoke him or prompt him, but you can see if you're going to get some honesty from him when you set it up that way. And he jumped right on it and said, it doesn't matter. You got to close this out. 4-2, if we're a playoff team, no excuses, no questions asked.
Yeah, I noticed. I was listening to his post game, and I was wondering who asked that question because he was quick to say, yeah, it's great. Hey, 4-2 doesn't matter. We came back, but we didn't close it out. So there's some frustration there. I'd said you sense it from both Neighbors and Montgomery.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I'm not trying to act like there's some sort of scheme with the question, but if you ask him, hey, you should have closed it out, you might not get that answer.
Right.
So I think you set it up that way and you get the honesty.
Did you say what a comeback?
What about that? Did you ask that?
Were there certain players in particular they weren't happy with, or was this a whole team effort that kind of fell apart?
You can look at a lot of things in that game last night, but I just keep going back to Minnesota's fourth goal. If you guys, I know it's tough to remember, so many goals scored, but Colton Parayko's sitting behind his net, right, with the puck, and he's standing there. He's surveying the ice, and he looks up ice. And this is what Jamie was talking about. I heard the interview. Instead of those tight, short passes that they were doing early, this is a long pass up ice through the neutral zone, and Brandon Saad doesn't skate into it. Minnesota brings it back. Robert Thomas loses a board battle, and the puck's off Zuccarella's stick and over to Middleton, and he scores. And that's the fourth goal. And then, you have the bad break with the fifth goal and the Broberg broken stick. But that fourth goal, that can't happen, and that's what let him back in.
You are welcome to send in 2-part questions for Jeremy Rutherford here on TMA, 314-399-9645. 4-6. Another thing that you heard us talking about with Jamie Rivers and what your perspective is on this, which is the goaltending. You score the amount of goals that the Blues were able to score on the road trip. I think if you would have been told that going into the trip to Columbus and then what wound up being an extended stay in Minnesota with the weather back in St. Louis, you'd go, okay, well, they had to have picked up at least a point, if not two, maybe all four, and instead not what winds up happening. What are your thoughts on what we saw from Hofer on Saturday and Bennington last night?
Yeah, no, it's a valid point for sure. And I'm like Jamie, I think this goaltending tandem's really good, and I think it has been good for much of the year. But you can't write the story without talking about what it's looked like lately, particularly these last two games. And I had a couple paragraphs on it in my story at The Athletic today. The team save percentage, Tim, is now down to about .898. And you're talking 10 goals against, 5 against Bennington, 5 against Hofer in the Columbus loss and the Minnesota loss. To me, getting away from the stats for a second, there are some goals that Bennington just doesn't look as comfortable, confident that as he normally does. I mean, there's shots from the point, whether there's a guy in front or there's things going on in front of him, usually he's still on top of that. And sometimes lately I've been surprised that the puck's in the back of the net. Now, again, I still think for the most part he's been good throughout the year, but I just feel collectively these two, the past couple games, haven't been as good as sharp as they've been this season.
Yeah, there's a couple moments where you say you just need a huge save, even if he gets hung out to dry, where you just say, because you can excuse a lot of them, well, it was an odd man rush, well, he didn't have a chance there. But every once in a while, you need your great goalie to do something sort of spectacular to keep you in a game, and they have not been getting that either.
Yeah, and they've gotten in games, and I tweeted it last night, some pivotal saves from Bennington, the Winter Classic. You talk about that save that kind of turned, the tide on that play with Taylor Hall, and then the Blues score. And then last night, there was another one of those after the Blues took the lead, a situation where Bennington keeps them going. But by and large, you're right. But I think as a goaltender, a goaltending coach, you could say some things aren't happening in front of them, like Thomas losing that puck on the wall. So, I think that the Blues, as Jamie said earlier, just as the game went along last night, weren't as tight.
Jeremy Rutherford in studio with us. We've got a bunch of two-part questions coming into the Air Comfort Service text line. Send yours in. We'll do the two-parters with JR coming up next. Martin has a surprise guest. Won't give us any hints, Doug.
No, none whatsoever.
That's coming your way at 9:30. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Aesthetic Design and Build is a wonderful sponsor of TMA, and I've got to know the people at Aesthetic Design and Build went out to their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola, and then also looking at maybe you got a spot where the sun just comes blasting into your backyard. What they can do is set you up with a retractable screen. They really do have answers for all. It's all about customization at Aesthetic Design and Build. Dan and his team have that showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they have a website where you can check it out as well. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or give them a call at 636-532-5008 and let them know that you are a TMA listener. Come check out that showroom and let their expert team walk you through all of the different outdoor solutions that they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and feel of your home. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos, and Jeremy Rutherford is in studio with us following a disappointing road trip across the board, but really especially last night. You can watch the show, youtube.com/TMASTL, and send in your two-part questions via the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. I got this text from a former member of the International Brotherhood of Nitwits, Kevin the Non-Ling, the non-gay. He worked with producer Joe. Doug, Joe has a landing strip, as you've talked about.
Okay, I don't talk about it.
He says, can you ask JR if he has any sense of where Snuggerud is? He likely wouldn't announce he's leaving before his season is over, but how likely is it that Armstrong would trade him if/when they decide there isn't commitment from Snuggerud? You had a chance to spend some time up there with him, and I'm curious what you have to say.
Yeah, I can only go by what Jimmy has said when you speak to him, and I know that I've written this a few times, and people still say, yeah, but he's not committed. He didn't come here a year ago, 2 years ago. So, all I can report is what he's saying. And last year, I got the indication that he felt, even though he's going back to Minnesota, that it was going to be for one more year, his junior year this year, and then he would turn pro and go to the Blues. And I say, well, hey, Jimmy, I realize that's what you're saying, but, for Blues fans who think that you're not committed, he says, all I can say is that I feel like I'm going to be there next year. And he reiterated that this week as well. And, things have gone well for him. He thought they were going to have a real good team at Minnesota. They do. They're ranked third in the league. He's got 17 goals, playing real well, third leading scorer in the country. And Doug Armstrong, Alexander Steen, and Jim Montgomery had dinner with him a couple nights ago. Mm-hmm. And so I think the relationship is great. I think he feels like he's improving at Minnesota, and he wants to win the Frozen Four here at Enterprise and probably sign with the Blues after that.
Let me go into some of these two-parters here. Hi, JR. You can text yours in, 314-399-9646. Hi, JR. I want to ask why the Blues can't beat bad teams, but maybe are they actually a bad team? And then second, my brother-in-law wants to do nude snow angels with me. Is that better for the front yard or the backyard?
Oh, the backyard. Nobody can see it.
It's a question.
This is brother wants to do that with him.
Brother-in-law. Oh. Brother be weird, man.
Yeah.
Is that the thing now? I saw a few on the phone as I was, sitting at the airport.
Nude snow angels? Doug, is that the thing?
It's not a thing for me.
Well, I think both my brothers are hot.
Okay, it is for Charlie, apparently.
You could do that and get in a hot tub with him and cool off, right?
That's Randall Gritchick. Question number one. I want to ask why the Blues can't beat bad teams, but maybe they're actually a bad team. See, I think they're a good team, and I think they feel like they're a good team, and I think that's why they're pissed about last night in particular.
Yeah, I think they're, whatever you want to say, good team, decent team. But it is, I get the question because it does get to look like it's a, hey, look in the mirror type question, right? Because you have a situation where maybe other teams are saying, you can't beat the Blues. They're a bad team. So those around the league look at it like that. But, I think, when you lose to the Chicagos, the Columbuses, the past couple years, the San Jose's, I just don't get the rhyme or reason. To me, it speaks to the killer instinct of this team, especially when you come back and lose to those teams this year, knowing how bad it hurt you last year, missing the playoffs by 6 points.
But in recent weeks, their only wins have been against bad teams. Chicago, Detroit, Nashville, Ottawa.
Yeah, that Ottawa went in there. The thing is, and you're right, Doug, and that's why I always try to be careful when they go on one of those stretches where they're 4-1 or 5-2, is, look at who they beat. The thing is, you look at that Ottawa game, that might have been one of the best games they played all season. So I think you see some good positive things, and you have to tell yourself, regardless of who they played tonight, they would have competed and maybe beat some of the better teams in the league. But then you come back and you lose to a Columbus, which we think of them as bottom 3 or 4 team in the league. They're actually not. They're middle of the pack this year. So there's been some bad losses, no doubt.
Please ask JR what in the world we're going to do with the goalie situation. Also, the Buchnevich contract extension is looking like a disaster. That's from Harrison's brother Master. He's not in a good place this morning.
No, he's not.
Yeah, we touched on the goalie stuff. I just think these two goalies are good at what they do. The team believes in them. Armstrong wants to compete, so I can't see him moving a Jordan Binnington. You do have the trade deadline coming up, and maybe that'll take on a life of its own with the fans as we get closer to that. I know there's fans in Joel Hofer's camp that would like to see him get some more playing time. But I think Jim Montgomery, he said it. I asked him yesterday. He said, we think that we're going to continue to roll with this 2-to-1 ratio, Binnington-Hofer. So I think that's where this thing is going to stay.
Mini breaking Blues news. Did you see this? JR just announced that Andy Taylor has transferred his Blues ownership to his niece, Carolyn Kindle. So the soccer owner is now a part owner of the Blues. So within the Taylor family, they've moved it around. Anyway, mini breaking news.
I like the mini breaking news. The 6-1 hate. Is the 6-1 hate like a signature texter here on 101 ESPN?
I think so.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
I wish JR was actually critical of the Blues, but I mean, those Blues checks must be good. More weak St. Louis media. That's from the 6-1 hate.
Which is totally fine. Look, you do this.
They are.
They send them every 2 weeks. They cash, so you might as well just keep pumping
So the
them
Blues
up, right?
are sending you checks.
Yeah. Hey, and listen, and they can continue to text in and give some specifics here. Do you write in the bold predictions that they will make the playoffs? They're called bold predictions for a reason. If you said that they're not going to make the playoffs, how bold would this be, right? So,
Hell yeah, JR.
Yeah, and the other thing
Jackson.
is, I can't, underscore how much I've said that this is a rebuilding year. I don't care if the team comes out and says we've taken that next step and we're a better team. The Broberg, Holloway pickups, did that speed it up a little bit? Yeah, but they're still in this. The line I keep sticking to is in 2 or 3 or 4 years, you're going to look back at the Blues lineup that they put out on the ice last night, and you're going to say, holy smokes, I can't believe we made it through that era of that group of guys. I mean, that's what we're dealing with right now.
Harrison's brother Master has since texted in 3 times saying he did not comment on the Buchnevich deal.
Oh.
That was the second question. You got any thoughts on that?
Yeah. No, we did skip over that one. I think Buchnevich is a good player. I think that he could make a bigger impact on a nightly basis. I think getting off to that start playing center was not ideal. If you're a Blues fan, you probably wanted him up on that top line with Thomas, and both of them could have produced more at the early start of the year. It's a long deal. All these deals in the NHL are long, and all of them are likely to not look good in a couple years, but it's the going rate. Like Doug Armstrong is competing against general managers who are going to dish out 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Recovering alcoholic doesn't have a question, but more of a statement. It's a picture of him with a Peter Zezel sweater on at the Winter Classic, and then under it, it says, "Milk me, JR."
Oh.
Deke
Do you guys
Dotem.
have any decent questions?
Deke Dotem says, one-parter for JR. Do they let you eat the stadium media slop on the toilet in the press box at Scott Schrader? Has that been banned? That's from Doug Chandler Hill, actually, Doug.
The media food.
There's nothing like seeing the media eat.
They used to have good food at Blues games. Is it still pretty good?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Do a good job with that. The prices keep going up over the years. So
no, yeah, it's not free. It used to be free. What is it now? What, 10, 15
About $13.
$13, okay.
I am not drinking and eating better. I'm 6 days in, and I feel like crap. What say you, JR? You're fat like me. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
Gosh.
Doug, he won the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year in 2023.
Oh, he's going to win it again now. Hey, listen, Martin, you say this joke has made the rounds, but the old... I got lost in Eureka, called my wife and asked her how to get to 270, and she said, lose 30 pounds.
I'm a solid St. Louis 9.
Steve and JR thinks the window doesn't crack open until 2026, 2027. That's from the 6-1 hate, not the 6-1 hate. 6-1-8.
Now they're copying each other?
Yeah.
Oh. No, that's a valid look at it. I mean, look what these Blues players did at the World Juniors. You had 9 of them. Dvorsky, 5 goals, 9 points, 5 games. You had Stansel, Jacob Stansel. Like, these guys are doing things. You don't know if it's going to translate. You don't know when they're going to get to the NHL. But that's why I keep saying that that's what they're building toward. And it's not like you're going to be playing a roster full of 21-year-olds in a couple years. Then you can kind of shape it with different players than we see on the roster now. You're going to be able to go and spend some of the money that you'll have to build around some of these top draft picks.
I think they have to be incredibly encouraged by what they saw over the last week with the young guys. I mean, across the board. I know that's what Doug Armstrong was addressing yesterday. Whereas if you look at the Cardinal situation right now, I realize both short term, but I also kind of look over the next few years. I'm going, boy, I don't know when this thing's going to restore order. I'm encouraged by what's going on with the Blues. Again, not necessarily going, okay, this is a cup contender in 2025, but as far as the young players, what are your thoughts on that and what Armstrong had to say yesterday?
Well, yeah, and I agree with you. But the thing here is that people say, yeah, but you shouldn't have made these mistakes that got you to this point. Well, that's true. But at some point, after enough criticism of the Blues, and here I'll get another paycheck next week for this one, is you have to move on at some point because it is what it is. And if you don't fix it and if you don't make moves like they've tried to do here, you're not going to get to that point in 2, 3, 4 years, however long it takes. So, hey, listen, we've all been critical, myself included, of some of these contracts, how they've handcuffed the Blues, especially the ones back on the blue line. And Doug Armstrong, has sort of owned up for those. But at some point, he has to say, okay, what's signed is signed. We're going to try to get through these couple years, and hopefully we can lean on these young kids. And if you look at what they've done, the resume, 9 of them, 7 of them last year, these are the most prospects in the NHL playing at the World Juniors. So, hey, that and $17 will buy you a Starbucks. But for now, it's kind of something that'll, you can at least look forward to.
Jeremy Rutherford with us here in studio. He's with us on Wednesdays, and always enjoy the conversation and the 2-part questions from the audience. JR, thanks for coming in. I mean, my goodness, Doug, he was at a cocktail lounge in Minnesota just a handful of hours ago.
Quite an effort on your part.
With some cheese curds trying to build up the frame here.
Who's more fun, Mike Russo or Mike Caruso?
Great question.
Definitely Mike Russo.
Oh, there you go.
Generous executive Mike Caruso. There's Douglas. We got a surprise guest. Thanks, JR, for coming in, especially on. Yeah, and Jackson Burkett with the applause celebrating Missouri's win over LSU. Hey, we got Martin's surprise guest coming up here in a matter of moments on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We're not getting any hints.
I have a surprise Rolodex, and it landed on this one.
How about that? That's coming up here. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45. If you are a little sluggish, it sounds like Stephen Wildwood's battling through it. So is JR, although we might understand the reasoning for that. Low energy, low motivation, fatigue, tired all the time, weight gain, or muscle loss, especially belly fat. Those are symptoms of low testosterone. That's when you can go to Mentality, a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. I have gone out there. I have gotten tested. Super easy, super friendly. You're in, you're out within 20 minutes. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. Get checked out. It's worth it to know and to start feeling better if indeed it is an issue. Here's how you can do it. Go to mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio. This year, stop settling for a fraction of your potential. Mentality's New Year offer is your chance to take back control. Men today have 30% less testosterone. Take back your numbers. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio to get access. Martin, surprise guest coming up next here on 101 ESPN. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL.
Love talking about Schnucks. Not just a great spot for all your groceries, kind of a fun place to hang out. They're always doing something creative for you, including that rewards program. You get the app, it's on your phone, and now when you have a birthday, you're going to get a free donut. Yeah, it's all the personalized perks coming to your Schnucks Rewards app. To get that free donut, just add your birthday to your rewards profile. Put it in the Schnucks Rewards app. When your birthday rolls around, just clip on that free coupon for the donut. It's good the entire week. Some people like to celebrate their birthday they'll say it's my birthday month. Well, you got a birthday week there. Get a free donut. Part of the sweet treats, part of the fun with the personalized perks. Something that's new here in 2025 with your Schnucks Rewards app. You already know you're going to save money when you go there and use the Rewards app. Now, enjoy a free donut on your birthday week. Sort of fun. That's what Schnucks does. Saves you money. Makes that grocery shopping experience much more enjoyable. Get the Rewards app, download it, add your birthday, and get a sweet treat the week of your birthday. Make sure to get it with the Schnucks Rewards app.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. As I alluded to earlier in the show, Florida defeated number 1 Tennessee last night by 30 points. That makes Florida the first Division I school to defeat an AP number 1 team in both basketball and football. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
Doug, that's a sign that we have a sketch/bit, and it's the surprise guest here on 101 ESPN. Martin won't give any hints, so we are flying blind.
Yeah, well, that's what I like about it, but I think it's somebody that you know well. So call or hop on. I've got Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn, some savvy journalists sitting to my left.
Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar. Listen, Marty, I've been hoodwinked and bamboozled this morning. I thought you might be on. I'm not paying attention to who you're working with in radio. I mean, I'm busy every day delivering the news to the fine folk of the Ozarks.
Steve,
I thought you might be working with. I thought you might be working with Coos. You know, for all I know.
Oh, no.
Listen, I'm a busy man. I can't track your radio. For all I know, you're working with 50 grand pots and pans Desir.
All right. Oh, so wait a minute. I forgot to tell Sevy it's you guys.
And then then producer Jackson, like that's his real name, producer Axton Jackson, calls me and says, "You ready to go on with Tim and Doug?" And I said, "I delayed my workout for an hour to be on with these two jackwagons."
Oh, God, we worked together.
We're taking shrapnel.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm gonna press forward and deliver a little ratings gold for your flailing radio show.
Oh, wow.
We can use that as a promo.
God, I forgot to tell him it was you guys. Just, hey, we're having a little fun on the radio. I think he's disappointed.
Yeah, I understand. I think the entire area is disappointed that we're here.
Wanted to talk coos.
You think that was disappointment in my voice you're hearing? Good call, Martin.
Disdain.
Good call, Marty Marr.
Disgust.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Steve Savard, friend of the show. Now, were we friends or were we coworkers? Because Doug always says we're not friends, we're coworkers.
That's right, coworkers.
Well, Vaughn had a lot of rules that you threw out the window.
Oh.
I mean, we survived. I think we survived each other for, somebody had to be the grown up in the room with that circus that went on back there, and I believe
we were serious journalists.
People have no idea the circus that went on back there.
Oh, it was the absolute greatest, and we were so lucky that we were in a separate part of the building at KMOV, because otherwise, I think they would have tossed us out on our backsides.
There's no, we would have deserved to be tossed out.
Absolutely.
But you notice it was an escape for everybody that was having a problem at the station. It was like therapy for them. They wanted to come back and hang out with us. I only had 3 rules, Martin. I had 3 rules. That's it. 1. Don't do anything to get me deposed. I am not going to sit in a deposition. Toward that end, if we ever have any young ladies back there, young women or women that we work with, our colleagues, clean it up. They don't want to be in a locker room environment. And then 3, don't do anything that gets me called into the news director's office. So in 18 years working side by side, and then 25 years total, Vaughn only got me called in 1 time. Vaughn, you remember what it was?
Not really.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Well, and it was, Tim, you'll appreciate this. It was the most mild-mannered, and for me, my favorite all-time news director I ever worked with. Taught me a lot. Steve Hamill.
Yeah.
I've never seen Steve so incensed. He calls me on a Monday, and he says, "I got to talk to you about what Doug did on Saturday or Sunday, whatever it was." It was either the Boston or New York Marathon, and the Kenyan, because they're always Kenyans, who won the race, comes across in record time and then leans down and throws up, and nobody knew it. The network camera zoomed in, and you see this guy projectile vomiting, painting the road with his organs. And Doug, for some reason, decides to include that in his highlight package.
I wasn't editing back then. Someone else edited that.
No, you were editing back then. Steve Hamill was the most mild-mannered guy. He knew how to manage people. He was, like I said, he was probably my favorite person I've ever met in the business. He lit me up like a Christmas tree that day.
As if you'd have any control over Doug Vaughn.
Yeah. Well, he lived through it, though, didn't he?
What's that?
He lived through it anyway, didn't he? He got through it.
I didn't realize Savard is kind of like Spags. He had 3 pillars. He had 3 pillars that you all were supposed to adhere to. God, I thought for sure when you said called in, it was something McKernan's like, look at this broad at this Red Sox game.
I was on the straight and narrow. That's all I was.
Yes, very straight and narrow. Very straight and narrow.
What's going on down in Springfield? Tell me about what's doing.
Like I said, I'm delivering the news to the fine folk down here. Here's the one thing. You guys are snowed in. Here's one thing I've learned about Springfield. It'll be 4 years in May. They don't get the weather down here that St. Louis and Kansas City do.
Totally different.
We miss out on a lot of the severe weather, which is good. I thought I was moving into the edge of Tornado Alley coming out of Oklahoma, but we really don't have as much severe weather as you think. We only got an inch of snow the other day. It's almost all gone now.
So you like it down there, though? Springfield treating you well?
Springfield's an easy place to live. I mean, it's no different than really suburbs of. And look, I didn't really talk about this a lot, but it's not like 4 years ago I woke up one day and said, you know what, I got to satisfy my Jones to go work in Market 73 or Springfield. It just kind of came together. And when I moved down here, we had
3 grandkids with a 4th coming. Well, we have 7 now with an 8th coming.
Oh my goodness!
And so I'm in talks with stations 2,000 miles on the West Coast, 1,000 miles away on the East Coast, and then the GM was trying to bring a big market kind of atmosphere to the station down here, and he made me an aggressive offer, and I took it, and I have no regrets about it. But there's a chance I could be moving back to St. Louis this year.
Wow. Oh, this year! Wow, deep tease.
That
deep tease.
God, maybe we're out on the streets.
I doubt people are on the edge of their seats after that comment. No, I
think we're intrigued.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Within the business or not in the business?
No. I have. There's no concrete plans. You know how it is. You're contract to contract, and my thought process coming down here was one contract, and we'll see. But it'll be 4 years of the summer.
How about that? Sammy Savard. They used to do sports from this building. We're at the Hubbard headquarters. Didn't you do your nightly sports here at 101?
Did the 6 o'clock show for a while.
That's a good memory. Yeah, Doug remembers this. Probably about 2012, 2013. That was our news director's idea. And I did the 6 o'clock news from over there every day, and it was fun. It was nice. It was just I felt bad because every day I'm asking for either Dunk or Rammer or Randy or DeMarco or whoever was in the building to sit with me and talk sports, and it was an idea to try to think outside the box. So it lasted about a year and a half, but good memories from 101. The last 7 years I was broadcasting the Rams games. There was the flagship station, and we had a lot of fun over there. Really had a lot of fun.
I bet you missed that more than anything, the Rams games. That had to be fun. You had a long ride with them.
Yeah, 16 years. It was
16 years.
The beginning was better than the end. Let's put it that way. There were, the 15 and 65 5-year span. There was 1 year, 3-year span between 07 and 09 where they were 2-22 at home, and the average loss was 3 touchdowns, 21 points.
Oh my goodness!
So in those years, and then the jackals at the NFL would always backload the schedule with us having to go to San Francisco and Seattle at the back end. And when you're in December and the team is 2-12, and you're just trying to get it over with, you're okay, great. I got to go to San Francisco. But having said all that, to answer your question, I've always said this. It was a privilege. Win, lose, or draw, it was a privilege, and I was lucky to have the job. Not lucky in that sense, but fortunate. I mean, I worked my bag off for that job. But I was fortunate to have the opportunity for 16 years, and I do miss it. I miss it a lot.
And you had Hanny in the booth I know you and Jack Snow famously close, tight friends. But I always laugh just Hanny because the rules of play-by-play / it was kind of like John Cadillac with Mike Kelly, just stepping all over. Like Hanny wasn't out of broadcast 101, but you guys had a ton of fun.
We did, and I think Hanny made it fun because those were 2 of the 3 years I was with Hanny were really difficult years. I mean, we were starting Keith Null at quarterback. And listen, as a guy that walked out of the NFL, I don't make fun of anybody's career. Who am I to talk to? I couldn't stay healthy. But it just indicates that there were times where DeMarco and I think it was DeMarco was on the broadcast in 09. We had a running bet at halftime, the under-over how many times the Rams would cross the 50-yard line. And usually we set it at 2, and the under usually won in some of those games. That's what a struggle it was. But Hanny, I never knew what was coming. There were times where my head would spin around 360 degrees because of what came out of his mouth, and then he'd be so frustrated, couldn't trust himself, that he would just sit out like 4 plays in a row. And we'd go to commercial break, and I'd say, Hanny, my voice is going to give out. You got to jump in. Oh, Steven, I cannot trust myself. These clowns. I just can't do it. And, he had no idea. He had no idea he cussed all the time. And we started to go on the longest delay in the history of broadcasting. At one point, we had a 12-second delay because he cussed so much and never knew it. My mother, God rest her soul, my mother even said, honey, I love you. Nothing makes me happier to listen to you call games. I have to turn the radio off. You're just too far behind. And Hanny's favorite cuss word was a 4-letter word beginning with the letters SH. If you know Hanny, that's PG. Verbiage from him. But what Jim Stassi did one year, we go to break, and we just, as soon as we go to break, we look at Handy, and he looked back at us and go, "What? I didn't say it again, did I?" Handy, yes, you did. And we've got a guy in the studio who's making minimum wage. We're trusting to press the button so the station doesn't get fined $200,000. And at the end of the year, he never believed he said it. At the end of the year, Stassi put together a montage of all the times he said, "Oh, shit." And it was like 20 times in a row. And he always had a proclivity for doing it right at the exact moment everybody could hear. Just as I paused, like Aldrin shotgun, "Oh, no, the snap over his head." I paused, and Handy goes, "Oh, shit." And just screams it out.
I wish you would have just called them clowns. I would have enjoyed it on the broadcast.
He did.
Oh, no way.
They'd miss tackles, and he'd say, "Steven." He and my mother are the only people in the world ever called me Steven by my given name. He'd say, "Steven, next time, why don't they just play two hands patty cake on their butt?"
Was it difficult being in the spot that you were in with the Rams and the whole relocation, and then also being at KMOV and having to? I don't even know. I mean, I don't know how much you were aware of and how much that you're having to walk that line.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I've talked about this at times, but I kind of stayed out of that. I think Bernie Miklasz said it. As tuned into Bernie is for everything he does and talking to people behind the scenes. I think Bernie, like Bernie, for the longest time, I just didn't believe the NFL would allow, with everything going on and what St. Louis was trying to do to build a second stadium while still trying to pay off its first. I was naive and didn't believe the whole process was fixed and duplicitous. So I stayed completely out of it, and I really didn't. I put my head down. I had a job to do for fans, for the team. And when it really hit me broadside was in early December, when the details of the relocation application came out, and the garbage that was written in there about St. Louis. That's when I was convinced that they were leaving. So the last 3 weeks were kind of difficult for me, but not until then, because that's when I fully realized that they were out the door.
Sevy, looking back, the time at KMOV, who was more married to journalism, Tim or Doug? This may divide the room, I understand.
Married to it, yeah. Like that, Doug. Married.
Well, both of them, if you say either one were married at one time, they definitely were divorced also. But, Vaughn always parades himself as a, hard-scrabble journalist.
Yes.
Old-school journalist. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Parades himself.
I like that. That's a great verb. Cool. That'll do it.
What's that?
Back to you, Steve.
I like the fact that he parades himself. I also want to know if Doug kept the blue blazer and khakis in the sports office, just in case he forgot to wear it.
Yeah, Doug was always a fashion plate. No question about it.
I had the blue blazer for sure.
Fashion plate. And, yes, the khakis and the button-down shirt and the blue blazer. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
It's the uniform of an old school. That's how I paraded myself.
Steve, were you still in sports when Ablin got bounced from spring training? We had Jeff Ablin in studio a couple weeks ago, and he was telling that was kind of the end of his TV career when he complained about his spring training hotel.
After a pep talk from Mike Claiborne, called the news director or GM to complain about his accommodations.
Was I still there? I got a story for you on this one. I mean, yes, I was there, and I'm glad that he came free with it. So I get a call from him. He goes down to spring training. I get a call from him, and he says, "Listen, I'm in a flea bag hotel. I don't feel safe. It's not." And I said, "Okay, well, I got to go to Billy McCormick, our operations manager." And then, especially in those days at KMOV, if somebody was on the road, somebody said they didn't feel safe, they had to blow up the plant. So I go to Billy and tell him there's a problem. He goes, "Okay, let me go to Sean, our news director." I think Jeff would probably tell you that Sean, our news director, wasn't a big fan of his. So that kind of was the last straw. So Vaughn, every year, inconvenient to me, who covered training camp in person, Vaughn would take a two-week vacation every year for 16 years, right as the Rams opened training camp.
Nice, Doug. What? So I never had a two-week vacation the whole time I was there.
You used to take Husarich and Troy Roberts will confirm this. So you take time off. I'd start at 7 o'clock in the morning in Macomb, Illinois, and finish at 11:30 at night. But the point I'm getting to is later, this is the same time that Vaughn took his vacation. Maybe this time it was only a week, okay?
It was never 2 weeks.
Yes, it was. Abelin goes into the news director's office thinking that he is going to get a contract extension and a raise. And I said to Jeff, I had been saying to Jeff for weeks, you need to go talk to Sean. You need to go talk to Sean and clarify your situation here. Well, and I thought Sean understood that Doug was on vacation. So what does he do that day? Apparently, when I come in, they said he walked Abelin to the door and said, "This is your last day. Goodbye."
Yeah, he was a wonderful guy.
I walked in and said, and I'm not telling the story to make fun of Abelin. I mean, obviously, he came clean with it. I felt bad for him, but I felt bad for me because I walk into Sean's office and say, "You couldn't have waited 2 weeks till Vaughn gets back. Now I got to work 15 straight days."
2 weeks.
Vaughn, why would I work 15 straight days?
Because you were a slave to journalism.
Listen. I think it's a good thing you're in radio now because I think maybe dementia may be taking
Oh,
over.
for heaven's sake! I never had 2 weeks off in my entire career there.
Steve, I've got an idea. It's ratings in February. I got an idea for you. Can you just channel your inner Larry Connors for the folks out in the Ozarks?
Come on, babe. Put the bag down. You can't make me put this thing.
Are you ready to be tased, Sevy?
Oh, my God. That lives in infamy. It really does.
You should try that in Springfield and see how it plays.
You know, the funny thing is, our archive system, and Martin, you'll remember this going back years, and Tim, you remember this. Yeah. The archive system used to be literally everything on 3/4 and beta tape.
Yep.
And so we had walls filled. I swear to God, at one time I had a group of 6 people. We had me and Tim and Doug and our producers, Troy Roberts and Tim Klusaritz, and our editor, Mark Griffin. And I swear to the Lord, Doug Vaughn was the only person who knew where to find any video.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Well,
you did the flashback.
It's because I got there in 1937.
Yeah, well, and we somehow I think it had been about 5 years since that tasing thing had happened. And one day I walked in, and there it is queued up in the machine in sports, and we sat around, and we laughed so hard. I'm not saying Vaughn pulled it and found it, but I'm not saying he didn't pull it and find it.
Well, could have been Abelin.
There's that journalism that. Oh, well, Steve, thanks for playing ball. I know you got a workout. We all got a workout we need to get to today. Yours is probably a little more intense than ours.
Well, I hope so. I mean, I'm counting on it.
Great to hear from you. This is what a wonderful treat. Tip of the cap to Martin for booking it and also not letting you know that me and Doug were on the show. So that I think was key to the booking. Absolutely.
Oh, I was looking forward to talking to 50 grand pots and pans.
He's in D.C. now, right? Is that where he used to be?
Yeah, I think he might have been shown the door, I think. But
the spring training grievance.
But he's a news anchor. He became a news anchor.
He's a news anchor. Yeah, he was in Virginia and then D.C. I'm not sure. I'd love to get him on the show. I have not spoken to him since he left Fox 2, so it might be a reach, but I'll try.
Yeah, he was anchoring the news in Richmond, then he was in D.C. Here's the thing. His legacy to St. Louis sports will be he had this unbelievable ability to shut Marshall Faulk down from speaking.
Boy,
End of story.
That was it.
Boy, Martin, I don't have to tell you this. Marshall would only speak at select times. It was the same thing that R.B. Falstrom had with Jeff Scanina. Anytime, we very rarely got scary man Scanina to talk, but as soon as RB asked a question, he'd look at me and say, "I'm out." Rob had the same effect as Martin can attest, for whatever reason, on number 28.
And Mike Martz got a little sideways with pots and pans. And so then Brian Burwell said, I'm going to handle this. I said, okay. So we were all at practice, and Burwell puts his arm around Rob and says, here's the thing about a press conference. You don't have to ask a question. And Rob said, well, what do you mean? He said, I'm telling you, Stop asking questions.
Outstanding. Steve Savard, the surprise guest here on
Parkway
the Callier
North
Thompson
Hall of Famer.
the Vikings. That's right.
I sent him a picture. I was at Parkway North last year, and I said, your retired jersey's fading a little bit up there on the press box. Got to dust that off. Former Viking.
Yeah, it was only they put me in simply as a publicity stunt to get the cameras over at Parkway North for the first time in 20 years.
Steve, great to hear from you, man.
Hey,
Thanks so much.
Gentlemen, carry on.
God bless. Steve Savard, Doug.
Good to hear from you again.
Our friend from KMOV, not a coworker, our friend.
Well, people are coworkers there.
That was great.
That's outstanding. How about that? Nice surprise guest booking,
Thank
Martin.
you. Maybe better than booking your dad.
I'm going to try to keep family members off the program.
Oh, my goodness. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the show
Doug,
today.
you're finally, your 2-week vacation issues are...
I'm telling you, not once did I ever have... They wouldn't even let us go on vacation in February because it was a ratings month.
Poor Jeff Ablin. Nearly got murdered in Jupiter.
Then he returns thinking he's getting a contract extension and a raise, and instead the guy walks him to the door, says that'll wrap her up.
It was...
Oh, God.
When I texted Sevy the other day, I said, we just had Ablin on. And I said, he is a nut. And then Sevy said, that's one word for it. The great Jeff Ablin. Let me tell you about Design Air and the great Seth Golkin. Maybe he'll be a surprise guest one day. You never know who's going to call in on the surprise line. I do know this. If you're ready for some help with your furnace, there's only one number to call, one place to consider. That's Design Air. They've been doing this since 1904, right when Doug started Channel 4. 1904. Fourth generation St. Louis business. That means they're going to be around for a long time. Any issues this time of year, it's tough. It's cold. If the furnace is not working properly, go to the folks at Design Air. The website, designairservice.com. They will not upsell you. They're there to repair that HVAC unit. Repair it, get it fixed, get it back up and running. That's what they are experts at doing. They work with their staff to make sure that's the goal every time. Get online, designairservice.com. Longest running TMA supporter. Am I supposed to whisper that? Like the longest running TNA supporter. On this show, we appreciate their support. So remember, when your furnace is acting up in the summertime, when it's the AC, it's designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air, sponsor of our email of the day online at the morning or at designairservice.com. Sponsor of the email of the day. And you can email in the morning after at insidestl.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Martin has onboarding at 10 o'clock.
Getting close to wrapping that up.
But you're going to stick around for one more segment?
Are we going into 9-4?
Segment 9-4.
Legally obligated to complete 9-4.
That's what it is. All right, so great to have Steve Savard on as the surprise guest. Jeremy Rutherford in studio. Jamie Rivers with us. You can go back and podcast anytime you would like. That's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company on the TMA STL app. And you can always go back and watch the show at youtube.com/TMA STL. This is the morning after presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMA STL. TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkett, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt is sending me a text that Mr. Licks is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines.
Oh, no.
And he wants to cross-examine Doug on his vacation. Gosh. Good morning, Mr. Licks.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Were you down? You got any energy at all left?
Oh, I'm torn up, honestly.
Why?
This week has been tough. I want to send thoughts and prayers to my friends in Huntley. You see that some of them, their heated driveways haven't been working this last week.
Oh, no.
And they've been stuck in their homes. I don't know. I guess there was just so much snow and ice. I don't know if it's a bad circuit breaker or something. Martin might know.
Because of my electrical background.
I noticed that the road through Huntley, Mr. Licks, Doug, do you call it Highway 67 or do you call it Lindbergh?
Lindbergh.
The toughest stretch of Lindbergh in the St. Louis area is in Huntley. Do you have any understanding, considering your closeness to the situation?
There's something with the plow. Well, Martin, didn't CBC have a bunch of like trade school type classes or something?
No, I missed that day. I think. We did it. Chris Higgins was live last night at Frontenac Plaza talking about, and I thought people are not going to want to hear about these issues. People can't get to Brio. What are they going to do?
Hey, Martin, it's Plaza Frontenac, not Frontenac Plaza.
Mr. Licks is very sophisticated.
This guy.
But you can't. The problem is you can't shovel these driveways because you can't. The material, these things, you can't scrape and ruin it. So they've just been stuck. And I don't know if there's any helicopters that could come and blow off the snow or what. But
Doug, do you have any connections with a?
You do a helicopter.
Crowdsourcing for a helicopter to clear off a driveway.
There was a Fox helicopter above my house. Like, how does local news have money for a helicopter? That seems ridiculous.
They've had helicopters for years.
Whatever journalism requires, we take care of.
Anyways, I just want to send thoughts and prayers. And then, the other thing is, I really, the TGL thing last night was a mess. I don't know. Tim, were you saying you liked it?
I found it entertaining in the sense that it was obviously something that they weren't taking seriously, and I like the boys mic'd up.
Well, I'll give it another chance then.
No, please.
I mean, it's great that they came up with these super creative and fun names for the teams, like the Bay Golf Club.
Doug, you like the Bay Golf Club?
I don't care for that.
What about the New York franchise with Ricky Fowler, Andrew Shoffley?
No.
Matt Fitzpatrick. What's that, Licks? I'm sorry to interrupt.
What? No, you can interrupt anytime.
No.
Hey, why do they say WXOS, WXOSH? Like, why do I have to say it twice?
Doug?
I don't know. Why would that bother you?
Kind of like Doug's vacation. It's twice as long.
I didn't go on 2-week vacations.
I shout out to Jackson. I never thought I'd hear that song on 101 ESPN, the Masters song. That was great.
Oh, yeah. It was an accident, but.
Thank you. And then the last thing I guess I wanted to say is just sort of, this isn't a political announcement, but it may sound like it. I think I'm starting a coalition to use all economic forces I can to annex and acquire Warson Woods. We're going to send out evacuation orders and then flood it, and it will be known as the Gulf of Ladue.
The Gulf of Ladue.
Yeah,
right there on the border.
Well, the nice thing is that the people of Huntley and Ladue are going to send an evacuation notice first before flooding.
So they can at least get out.
Right.
Yeah.
But now you have beachfront property.
I can't guarantee their safety, but we will at least notice them.
Okay.
And it's going to be called the Gulf of Ladue?
That's correct.
Wow. This is a huge
Be a
breaking
big
story.
hit. Yeah. Be nice to have
What if
waterfront
they don't
property.
agree? Just add some tariffs?
All economic force we can use. It will include tariffs.
All right. Well, this is kind of breaking news. Might want to pass this along, Martin, to the news
Top
desk.
story today.
Top story.
Roads are still frozen over. We'll get to that. But first, Warson Woods may be annexed via flood.
Last thing.
I thought that last one was the last thing.
Martin, did you confirm with Tim that, like, this surprise guest thing you're doing, which seemed to just be your old coworkers, did you confirm that Tim is okay with surprises? Because some people don't like surprises.
I think generally Tim has approved of the surprise segment. I never worked with Calvin May.
Cal May?
I never worked
Cal
with
May?
Steve Klein. I was around both. Franco Pinion and I were on the same signal, so that does qualify. Panger and I never. Well, I mean, we did do a podcast.
Oh, did you really?
So, yeah. So I'd say Licks is about 50-50 here.
Right. Frank Opinion, you said
we were on the same dial at times. Yeah. Then he went to 590 when I did.
Martin. All right, well, that was my last thing. Last thing, just quick shout out to Rocco Neiman. Invited to the Masters. Second straight year invited to the Masters. Great news for Torque Golf Club, and that's all I got. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
That's all he dug. That's all he's got.
All he had.
He unloaded all of it. Texter's not pleased.
No, they're not, Martin. This Jamoke needs to get back to his shift at the Sonic. Hopefully his roller skates find a nice ice patch when delivering food to a car. That's from the Veiled Prophet. Hey, Licks, make sure my tacos are fresh. I'm pulling up now. That's from Flip Wilson. I knew this was going to be a dumbass phone call before Licks even said a single word. What a douche. That's from Hoosier Daddy. And tell those peasants in Huntley to pay their damn bills. That's from the 314.
But 30 minutes ago, you guys were chatting about iced tea.
Yeah, we can talk more about that if you'd like.
Manute Bowl Eligible says Licks' writing staff needs a shakeup.
I think the Gulf of Ladue sounds pretty good. I don't know all these people from Warson Woods will go with it. Just give up their property.
So they're going to get an evacuation notice in Warson Woods, and then they're going to be flooded
A brief evacuation notice, like, 24 hours maybe to get out?
Yeah, boy, that'd be a tough spot.
And they're going to flood the place. It seems unfair in a way.
Warson Woods wackos issued a response. Martin, they've been at war for years. Funny Licks, Warson Woods is one of the highest points in St. Louis County. You are so stupid. Please remember Wellington exposed your poor ass. That's from the Warson Woods wacko. Yeah, Michael Wellington did expose him last week when he called in about Aspen and his favorite restaurants and other haunts in the area. So, Doug, the wars continue in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can argue with us, attack Licks, Warson Woods wacko, whomever. Get it out. Let it all out. 314-399-9646 or the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Martin, you got that onboarding?
You're going to go knock out some paperwork.
Gosh.
Got to work on another surprise guest.
Insurance?
I think the next surprise guest will not be a former colleague. So
wow.
If that clears it up a little bit.
Wow.
Tim's dad.
My father is going to join us.
We've worked together, so
that is true.
Yeah, so that would be a colleague.
Martin, have a wonderful day. Back tomorrow for nothing but a Notre Dame Penn State preview show with Joe Theismann for 4 hours.
Let's get him on. In all seriousness, I don't want to do housekeeping out loud, but let's text him.
I bet he's got.
I think he would be up for it.
Yeah, he's locked in on this, man. All right, Martin is taken off. We will have more of the Mug & S St. Louis Acura, Mug & S Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour. Jackson, what have you prepared in your series of questions here?
I got plenty of stuff.
What's it called, though?
Jackson's plenty of stuff. Wide Berth Wednesday.
Doug, you have a wide berth.
That seems pretty vague to me.
That's the point.
Okay, so you can ask us anything.
Yeah, including where are you going on your next 2-week vacation?
I don't get them. I took one here, went on a cruise a year and a half ago, but never in TV did I get a 2-week vacation.
Yeah. Are you going to sue for slander?
I remember when my kids were born, you'd get like a couple of hours.
Now you get like 60 days.
Yeah, my son works with Boeing. He got like 3 months. 3 months.
He wasn't doing sports for 90 seconds every night.
Yes.
If you're at Boeing, I wouldn't leave for 3 months. They might not have you back.
That's what I said. I said, aren't you worried that they're going to get by just fine without you and they won't need you? But that's the company policy.
Oh, it's unreal. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's the morning after. It airs on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family-owned and operated for 3+ decades. And Michael at Michael's Floors takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that's why he's offering this deal. If you're a carpet installer, Michael's is hiring for $7 a square yard. That's right, $7 a square yard. That's incredible compensation in the flooring industry. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And Michael's is offering $7 a square yard to carpet installers. So if you're interested in working at Michael's Flooring, go to igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Michael's has it all, and they have so many varieties of all flooring in 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area, in Creve Coeur, in Dart and Prairie, and in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN, youtube.com/TMA-STL is where you can watch us. Air Alliance, sponsor of the studio cameras here on 101 ESPN. Doug Jackson prepares a series of questions on Wednesday, and he creatively calls it a Wide Berth Wednesday.
All right.
So yesterday, Tim and I, in our podcast on QFTA called We Don't Judge Johns.
Correct.
I briefly brought up, who do you think is the most disengaged fan base in all of American professional sports? And could it be the Blues' opponent on Thursday, the Anaheim Ducks?
You think about that, Doug?
The most disengaged fan base.
Yeah,
it's hard to know, not being in every city in
If
America.
you had to take an educated guess.
Let me fire a bet at the pot. Marlins.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
They don't think much of the Pirates in Pittsburgh.
Oh, you think? I
actually think they do love the Pirates in Pittsburgh, as weird as it sounds. Well, that's my understanding.
Attendance has been horrible.
I think it's just because year in, year out,
they're hungry for success. And we saw flashes of it in the 13 season. Cardinals had a series with them, great series with them. I think in Miami, I don't know what they can do there that's ever going to get that. I mean, you spent time there. I know it was decades ago, but I just don't think that's ever going to track. Any NFL fan base can get activated.
Yeah, agreed.
So I'm going to take all 32 teams of the NFL out of it. Jackson, you are the 101 ESPN correspondent for the National Basketball Association. I don't know if there's any way you want to groom us with NBA talk here in an NBA franchise that has a disengaged fan base.
I feel like some of the parameters for a disengaged fan base have to be like kind of coastal, like really a lot to do in the city.
So we can't talk about flyover territory on this.
Really?
In this question.
You elitist
No,
bastard.
I'm saying that like Midwestern or like cities that get really cold or non-New York or Chicago teams, like people love it because it's part of the fabric of their identity. Whereas if you're in Miami or LA, there's so much else to do. Sports teams might fall on the back burner. But in the NBA, a lot of the stars go to those areas. So like Miami Heat, it's tough to be like a disengaged fan base when you've had LeBron and D Wade and Shaq, Jimmy Butler over the last 20 years. Like I just don't think that could be possible. So I don't think it's anybody in the NBA. I think it's either baseball or hockey. I think the Marlins are a good play. I think the Anaheim Ducks are a good play.
Are you saying they don't draw a lot of fans, or the fans aren't interested in them out there?
Yeah, kind of like it just disengaged. I don't know. How else do you want me to
frustrated?
You're just kind of making it up with the Ducks, though. You haven't really looked into it, have you? As far as their attendance
can you
figures
name a single Anaheim Duck fan?
The tables got turned back on you.
I am certainly a disengaged Anaheim Duck fan, but I don't live in Anaheim.
Well, you have family in Orange County, don't you?
Yeah.
Do they care about the Ducks?
Not really.
All right. Case in point.
Oh.
Yeah, Doug, how about that?
One family doesn't like them out of an area of 4 or 5 million?
Sample size. You know, I'm using them as a
sample size.
Okay.
As a base.
If you're interested in your lowest attendance in the 2023-2024 season, who would you guess it is?
What sport?
In NHL. Since Jackson is...
lowest attendance.
And if you think through it...
I think I have the answer.
Then Jackson knows it, Doug. You used to guessing.
I'm going to let Doug cook, though.
You said lowest attendance, didn't you?
Yeah,
and this is 2023.
2023-2024 season.
I have the answer.
Lowest
if you
attendance.
think through it.
Okay, I'm trying to think through it.
I gotta put you on the clock. I hate to do that,
Can
too.
I have initials, please?
Yeah, AC.
Yep.
AC, the Aurora Comets?
Doug, you got about 5 seconds. I'm going to step in here.
Well, why don't you just go ahead and step?
The Coyotes.
That's correct. The Arizona Coyotes enjoyed 188,000 fans coming through over their 41 home dates last year.
They played a Queenie ice rink.
They tried to jam a hockey franchise into a very large market, thinking, well, it's such a big market, we have to be there, and realize that this is the desert in Arizona. We don't care much about hockey.
Second to last, Winnipeg, Sharks, and then Jackson's big point on the Anaheim Ducks. They are 29th overall in attendance last year.
Well, then wouldn't the teams that are lower even be more disengaged?
I don't know on that. Well, in the case of the Coyotes, they've already moved, and they were playing again at Queenie Park.
Okay, how about the Sharks?
That would be up there because that's a town with more to do than, say, Columbus, Ohio.
What to do in Winnipeg?
That one surprises me a lot, just because of the Canada
Maybe
factor.
It's a really small building. Is that possible?
It's not a huge city, right?
It's 13,490, which is comparable to the Sharks building.
And there, of course, wins per game. Yeah, I don't know. That one surprised me just from the Canadian aspect of it because that's such a major sport. It's not the national sport, though. I think curling is. Do you know that, Doug?
No. Well, if the Cardinals have another dreadful season and they start regularly drawing 15,000 fans instead of 35 to 40, they might fall into this category.
That's a take I disagree with personally.
You think it'd be like bottom 5 attendance in Major League Baseball? I don't think so.
Well, over the last 2 months of the last 2 seasons, they probably are close to that.
I think in baseball you just have so many places that are just so empty that I don't think the Cardinals can get there. I think it still is like a right for people in the Midwest to go.
Agreed.
In the summer to
I hope so. Gosh, I hope so. But the last couple months were really horrible.
Yeah, I think next year the numbers are going to be kind of skewed because you have what's going on in Sacramento with the Athletics, and the Rays aren't going to be playing in their home stadium. I think those two are going to maybe be close to the bottom just because of their weird situations.
My best friend is a Pittsburgher, and much like here in St. Louis, they love the team, but they hate the ownership. That's from the 618.
Yeah, that's too much. I feel like Pittsburgh and St. Louis are very closely connected in a way. Like they're similar, and I'd just be surprised if they support the hell out of football and hockey, but then stop at baseball.
I'm pretty sure that Winnipeg is the smallest market of the 4 major sports. Green Bay would probably be the U.S. market, right?
Yeah.
But it's just a short drive from Milwaukee.
But it's not the same market, is it?
No, but it's a short drive. It's like Columbia isn't the same market as St. Louis, but it's a short drive.
But not
to
the
go
same
to a
market.
Mizzou game. No, I'm agreeing with you that this market is different, but I'm saying Green Bay draws from a much larger population area that's close.
Yeah, that's fair.
So you're going to sue Savard for the 9 o'clock hour and Jackson for the 10 o'clock hour?
2-week vacation. Never in my career there did I take a 2-week vacation.
You're entering into a world of hurt, brother, if you hand me any subpoenas.
You just got threatened there.
Oh, no, it's a warning.
Well, you have some sort of record that I took a 2-week vacation?
No, on the Sevy thing, you two can handle that. Maybe you guys can just scrap. He seems like, I bet you could take his measure.
I think so. Probably. He's not the big guy.
You and me, though, we'll handle that in the legal system.
So there you go. You're going to court with Jackson.
Over what now? Over the Winnipeg market size?
Yeah, you're over here claiming.
Seems like a good thing to drop a line on.
I don't know.
EDF Group sponsored Doug's Hot Take Mittens. I don't know who's going to be sponsoring the subpoenas, but do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? Well, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group's hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference and learn more at theedfgroup.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt in for Martin Kilcoyne, who's doing some onboarding. Jackson Burkett. This is 101 ESPN.
Sweat and tears over decades, went from last place in the whole league to the best in the West. Time to dig deep. It's game time, let's light them up. Boston Bruins ain't backing up. Media says watch out for Rask. Binnington is up for the task. Load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round, that's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
Oh, and it begins tomorrow night at home against the Ducks with what Jackson Burkett has called the most disengaged fan base in the 4 major North American professional sports leagues.
Weak sweaters, too. I would stick with the Mighty Duck thing.
Man, can you imagine they're going to be playing audio of you on LA Sports Radio today?
Will it get to them?
I just gave them a lot of bulletin board material.
I think we'll all be okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After and it airs on 101 ESPN. Doug, you love Skip Bayless's tweets.
I don't mind them. I don't see them. So I guess I don't mind them.
It's business as usual for Skip, despite the allegations from a former hairstylist at FS1 in which he is just tweeting out takes. For example, hated Antonio Pierce got fired. Like the way the Raiders responded to and for him. Not fair when he didn't have the most crucial ingredient, a quarterback, ! Assuming Brady wants his guy, Vrabel. AP deserves another head coach shot. Meanwhile, Stephen A. Smith actually defended Skip Bayless on his podcast yesterday. He says, the Skip Bayless I know has a hard time giving away $15. He's one of the cheapest people I know. That's just me, but that doesn't mean that I have any inside knowledge on any of this. Skip Bayless is accused in a lawsuit filed on Sunday of offering a former hairstylist at FS1 $1.5 million to have sex with him, and Stephen A. Smith said Skip has a tough time parting with $15.
It is a pretty outrageous claim.
$1.5 million.
Wasn't that like the movie? What was the movie Robert Redford was in?
Indecent Proposal.
Yeah.
Now, was that a cuck situation?
I guess it was. Yeah, he offered
handsomely paid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Woody Harrelson, spoiler alert, Woody Harrelson and Demi Moore, in kind of a shrewd move, and you'll have financial advisors tell you to do this, go take all of your life savings and put it on black on a roulette wheel.
Yes.
And then Demi Moore then moved the chips over to red while the ball was spinning in the wheel, and then moved it back to black. And unfortunately, it fell on red. And Robert Redford saw that as a golden opportunity to offer the Harrelson Moore family $1 million for an evening with her. And of course, you remember his assistant Shackelford.
I don't remember much more beyond that.
Geez, that movie, Indecent Proposal, was the 6th highest grossing movie of 1993.
I assume it's good on goodorbad.com.
Never seen it, to be honest with you.
I just don't get what I'm getting for my investment on goodorbad.com.
Not a lot, because you want a definitive answer.
A lot of grit. But can you imagine a movie like that being the 6th highest grossing movie? A totally adult erotic thriller? For reference, the 2024 6th highest grossing movie was Beetlejuice.
Oh, God.
With Michael Keaton.
But it had big name stars in it. Robert Redford, Demi Moore, both big time stars.
I mean, you look at, I'm not even going to get into it.
Well, don't get upset. They were
just upset at Demi Moore or Anaheim.
I'm more upset at, look at the domestic box office, man. All franchises and sequels. Original, maybe. Where's the originality?
Oh, God.
No, I'm serious. It's
This
annoying.
is back then or now?
Now. Back then, you had Indecent Proposal being the 6th highest grossing movie. Few Good Men was probably like in the top 10. Never would happen today.
What a cast.
Oh, God, look at this nonsense.
This guy's mad as a hornet over there.
Really getting upset.
Anaheim Ducks in the 2024 box office. Who would have thought that had set Jackson up? Thank you for reading my text, Tim. You are appreciated. That's from the 314. Are we giving out texts of the day?
Yeah.
That shouldn't be it.
$1.5 million. That's a whole lot of money. Must be the one that's made of gold. That's from the 618. I don't know what that means, but there's that.
First thing I got to say is what just a privilege and honor it is to speak with Tim McKernan.
Okay, stop it.
It's good that people are starting to figure it out.
I would take a large wager bet that such an offer was never given to this woman of $1.5 million to sleep with her. I'm not buying it.
Stephen A. Smith says Skip Bayless has a tough time parting with $15. He said in his podcast, Jackson's mad that I said, there's audio of Stephen A. Smith saying this. Jackson's unhappy with Stephen A. Smith's tweets. He tweets out 18-minute clips.
Who wants to watch an 18-minute clip on Twitter?
What would you like? What do you think the right length of a clip is?
2.5, the longest, ideally in the 45-second to 90-second range. Chairman Kurtz nodding in affirmation.
But why would it bother you on Twitter? It's all on your phone anyway, whether you see it on Twitter or
you get
Instagram.
Or black bars up at the top. It's not meant for... that's too long. That's a YouTube video. You put that on YouTube, not Twitter.
But if you're still watching on your phone, what's the difference?
I don't know why it bothers me, Doug. It just bothers me. Much like Kung Fu Panda 4 being the 10th highest grossing movie of the
Well, we're
year.
back to the box office list, and the Anaheim Ducks will be taking shrapnel again soon. Schaefer Door is the sponsor of the podcast here on 101 ESPN. You go back and podcast like the Dickens, TMA. It's Schaefer Door. They are online at SCHAEFER door.com, schaeferdoor.com. Call or text a number they set up for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. It's going to give you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. And when the weather gets cold, that's when you will hear garage door springs snap, break, and now you got a problem. Well, you do until you go to schaeferdoor.com. And Jason Gosrow and his team at schaeferdoor.com. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. It's schaeferdoor.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, Clopay Master Authorized Dealer. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues lose last night at the hands of the Minnesota Wild. Off today, they will take on the Ducks tomorrow. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It is the morning after, and it is the Mungan S. St. Louis Acura, Mungan S. Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour here on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt. Dougie's safe and sound after sliding off the road en route to the facilities here at Hubbard Radio in St. Louis this morning.
Did you say you turned too quickly? Is that what happened?
I just hit a slick spot, and then you get that feeling where you just know you're not in control of that vehicle. That's an empty feeling.
Yeah, that is. Like the steering wheel isn't really connecting with the road. Yeah.
But, I mean...
Didn't hit anything?
Didn't hit anything.
Didn't run into a guardrail.
No other cars, no guardrails. So could have been a lot worse. Not too worried about it. But this week has really made me question, like, what am I doing here in St. Louis winter?
Oh, I've been questioning that for decades.
You thinking about heading on out? Do I need to post a job listing for Sound Story?
No.
Negotiation tactic.
Is that what this is? I'm getting leveraged.
No, I'm in it. Last winter was pretty...
It was super mild last
year. Benign.
Yeah.
There you go, Doug.
Thank you. Benign.
And nice, Doug. You're having a big show despite the lawsuit against Jackson and against Steve Savard.
Yeah, both of them got it coming.
Unbelievable.
I'm just surprised it's still this nasty out. 48, however many hours it's been since.
It's getting colder.
There's a layer of ice under the snow, and I think that's the core issue. And they were saying some of the treatment that they normally use isn't working.
Yeah.
So I'm just glad that you're safe, man. That had to be super scary for that however many seconds it was when you're just sliding and you can't control the car.
Yeah.
Especially in the dark and early in the morning.
Yeah. And now you're moving south.
And now you're moving.
It's kind of odd, I guess, that the better technology gets and the easier it is to function in horrible weather, at the same time, the less patience we seem to have with it. More people seem to be moving to the Sun Belt than ever before, even though it's easier to deal with the crap than it ever has been before.
I think the key when you're in that situation, too, is not slamming on the brake. That's not going to do you any good.
No.
Just giving it some taps. Yeah. So, kept my cool. Not a big deal. Just
near-death experience for you?
Pretty harrowing. Was it really?
No, I don't. It was fine.
Marsh's burner was unhappy that he was filtered out a couple days ago. I see he's put another puck on the net today. He emailed in for QFTA, the Tim McKernan Show podcast, which I put Jackson through for 3 hours yesterday, Chairman. And I saw the eyes roll back in his head about hour 2. And
he had to take a little pee break, didn't he?
He did. Oh. Yeah. And Marsh's burner wanted to know why he was filtered. I gave him some pro tips, so hopefully, I don't know if you can let him in for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Doug, you want to block?
Blocking.
He sent it in at 8:46, and I've just kind of left it in that purgatory. I haven't deleted it, haven't put it in the filtered file, still kind of thinking it over. So stay tuned.
Oh, wow. Marsh's burner.
For whatever reason, was blocked from the fan page, and it really pissed me off.
That's right. The TMA fan page on Facebook. You can join it. Type in TMA fan page on Facebook, and Jackson will sift through your application and decide whether or not you're worthy.
Worthy
of being on the TMA
alive?
fan page on Facebook. Brown & Crouppen, title sponsor of this program. Brown & Crouppen is local, founded in 1979. If you're in a spot where you need Brown & Crouppen services, wouldn't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, we have been enjoying having Terry Crouppen and Andy Crouppen and Ed Herman in studio with us every Tuesday here on TMA for about the last 15, 16 months, and they are on board to be our title sponsor again in 2025. It's Brown & Crouppen, 314-222-2222, or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. That's brownandcrouppen.com, and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming your way next. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. Doug, we started it in July of 2004 when me, you, and Steve Savard were working together at KMOV. And unfortunately, here in January 2025, it's gotten so bad that you're now suing Steve Savard for accusing...
Well, I may. I'm going to keep that in my hip pocket.
For accusing you of not being present because one of your many 2-week vacations at KMOV.
I only had like 2 weeks the whole year. For much of my time there.
You went to Cooperstown, though, once. We played that segment on TMA all day. Often.
Yes, that was a 1-week vacation.
I remember I got tickets for Saturday Night Live, which are damn near impossible to get.
Because there's only like 200 people in the crowd, right?
And I was able to get tickets for Saturday Night Live. There's a guy who, of course, one of the few people who went to St. Louis who don't sign checks. But he's a writer. He was a writer for Conan O'Brien, and then he was a writer on Saturday Night Live.
Awesome.
Doug, is it Matt Albers?
I don't know who the hell it was.
And I was able to get tickets. You know, I mean, it's just an impossible thing.
Right.
And I couldn't get off work at KMOV. And so I had to email him and say, I'm sorry, I can't use the tickets. And I've never met the man.
Yeah.
And he wrote back, what? Are you kidding me? Well, I got to anchor the Saturday 6.
Oh, God.
With Dr. Joe Petrovich.
Yeah, I missed so many things over the years.
Oh,
working
my God.
nights,
Yeah, I mean,
weekends,
you were raising
and holidays.
a family. I was just at the stag bars in Sauget.
Yeah, but you missed out on that. There's probably no way, but do you remember who was hosting?
Adrian Brody.
Nah. Oh, is that the famous Rasta Adrian Brody?
I believe so.
Oh, my God.
Jackson's going to lose it.
No.
Well, that's
BK and Ferrari was canceled today. Jackson Burkett wants to relive Adrian Brody hosting Saturday Night Live. Doug, was that 2003?
I don't know the years.
It's probably been right after The Pianist, and they've been talking.
What year
about
was The Pianist?
2002.
Gosh, I just don't.
And they've been showing this clip over Twitter because they're like, why isn't Adrian Brody on SNL? Because the last time he was on there, he did it's pretty safe to say, an offensive rendition of like Rasta with the dreadlocks and everything, and he hasn't been back on since.
Well, I would have been in the audience.
Damn, that's a really
but
sliding door.
Get off work, and that's because Doug was on one of those 2-week vacations. That he was
wasn't.
May of 2003. Does that sound right?
2003, yeah.
Who's the musical
Where were
guest?
you at on that vacation, Doug?
Who knows? I vacation at least 2 weeks of every month.
Sean Paul.
Yeah, so that's why
Wayne Wonder.
So that was the Rasta. Oh my God! Wow, that was a real moment.
You're hurting for me more than I'm hurting.
I know, that's crazy. I mean, that's just a crazy sliding doors moment right there.
Yeah. Yep. But the best part about it, if you want to call it the best part, is the response of the gentleman who got me tickets. What? Are you kidding me?
Fair response, honestly.
Oh my God.
I think that's the thing that I'm most happy about not working in TV anymore. Is there sometimes you just cannot have the time off. Nothing can change. You will not get the day off, no matter what's going on in your life. You can't have it off.
My best friend, Dr. Jack Neerman. Yeah, you know Dr. Jack Neerman. Doug, you love him. You think he's a patriot. He was getting married like a month after I started at KMOV, and I was just happy to be there. I'm 23 years old. The last thing I was going to do was ask for time off.
Sure.
I was in the wedding. And I'm like, I can get out there in between the 6 and the 10 to the reception, but I can't. And I'm sure they're like, boy, Tim must not like us very much. He's not coming to the wedding, but that's just kind of the deal.
That's a tough spot, too, because your first month.
I had just started. Yeah. There's no way in the world I'm going to ask for time off.
And when you ask it off, someone else has to work.
That's right. Doug would have to work, or Steve Savard would have to work.
Yeah, it's not like an office gig where you can just like kind of duck out.
I'll get to it later. Or
right.
I'll stay a couple hours late Monday.
But that's the price you pay for the riches, candidly, and the exposure.
And just the fame.
Right.
The fame of it all is well worth it.
Where were you at, like a 1-hour photo place and someone recognized you, or pet shop?
That's what makes it all worthwhile.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Did he just tell Uncle Steve that he was going to treat his night hole like the event horizon of Gargantua? Stretching and distorting it as if time itself bends to the gravitational pull of that pulsating brown star as he removes his glass boy plug. Doug, what am I reading?
I don't know, but you don't have to.
Someone just watched Interstellar.
God almighty.
Who lets this stuff get through the filter?
Chairman Kurt, I don't know if you're disoriented from your scare this morning.
I would use that.
This is in the field. Yeah. Might want plausible deniability. From a chain-smoking porn historian's apartment in Maryland Heights, Doug, he ran up to Home Depot to purchase a new hinge for Bill's milking table that Santa put in his pink boy stocking as the exiting one broke under the weight.
All right, that's enough.
It was a weak batch today, Doug.
So we're going to go with this one.
That was a pretty strong start.
Oh.
That's from Doty's Downswing.
Doty's Downswing.
Doty's Takeaway won earlier this week.
True.
So this is two different people.
I have to assign a different winner.
Yeah. He really has shaft lean at the point of impact, and that's with the low traj. Right. Yeah, supination, too. Douglas, would you be a deer and pick up Fluffy from the doggy spa? I leaned over and whispered to my man of the night wearing nothing but compression socks and a needlepoint belt after a night of Han bombs and prime beef carpaccio at our favorite Italian nightclub.
What a sentence. What a sentence that was. Never before written in the English language.
You think so? In the history of all of the lines.
Yes, it's never been said before.
Just scan that next sentence for me before you go.
Oh. Yeah, it's going to put the man to the test. As he left me high and dry, I tossed my future ex-husband some Cheerios and pondered the future of my crumbling monogramming business. Help is needed in Ladue. I need a wandering finger and deep pockets to get me through next weekend's antics. With sadness, that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom. And she also wants us to know it's Ladue, Missouri, 63124.
That's right.
She includes the zip code to let us know that she's real.
Okay.
So the monogramming business is
made Ladue stepmom?
No, just mom.
Regular mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mom.
Shout out to all the stepmoms out there, though.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, gents. Doug, you look so cute with your oven mitts. Maybe we can bake some oatmeal raisin cookies and think about how delightful wrinkled old things are. Jackson, thanks for bringing up Trae Young today. That was a remarkable half-court buzzer beater. Great ball moment. Tim, the way you change your voice on the EDF group read warms my heart, and I hope you can get that MFF soon. Thanks. That's from Droid Effects. It's a great sentiment.
That's nice.
The right sentiment.
Like a Larry King article.
And finally, Libby Jack wasted multiple SportsCenter updates talking about a blowout Florida-Tennessee basketball game, and in the second one said that makes Florida the first Division I school to defeat an AP #1 team in both basketball and football, which I knew in the moment was inaccurate because we all remember in 1993, 1994, Boston College did it in the same year as they beat top-ranked Notre Dame, and then the following March, BC knocked off reigning NCAA champion North Carolina, who were ranked #1 in the final AP poll. Not to mention, when was the last time Florida beat the AP #1 in football? Well, it was 16 seasons ago when Team Tim Tebow, Janoris Jenkins, Doodoo Man.
Yeah, Doodoo Man.
And Aaron Hernandez led the Gators over top-ranked Oklahoma in the BCS championship game. Libby Jack's statement was so blatantly inaccurate. I went to dig to try and find what fake Twitter profile he got hoodwinked by this time. And it turns out Florida is the first school to defeat the AP #1 in both football and basketball by 30 points, going back to the Gators win over #1 Florida State in the 1997 Sugar Bowl. Libby Jack has such a hard-on to talk hoop rock in his SportsCenter updates that he can't even poach other people's factoids without
it's a stat. You can't poach a stat.
Critical words that render a statement 100% false. And everyone is so used to tuning in to his asinine SportsCenter updates, or used to tuning his asinine SportsCenter updates out, that nobody even notices this stuff.
Damn it, no. Savard called like 2 seconds before I went on, and I was flustered. The stat is by 30. They won by 30. First team ever. If I didn't say that, I'm sorry.
Is there anything that Buck Swope said that isn't true, though? No further questions.
No, he's framing it as like I poach it. You can't poach a stat. Shout out to Patrick Young, former Florida Gator, who said it last night after the Mizzou win. Pissed me off.
Oh, calm down now.
I'm glad Chairman Kurt survived his morning commute. It's too bad our collective leadership at the state/county/city levels have either slashed snow removal budgets or mismanaged their resources so poorly that we still don't have safe roads after 48 hours of no precipitation. The spokesperson from MoDOT is deflecting blame to the inexperienced snowplow drivers. Quote, they didn't do the job. It isn't anything MoDOT did wrong. That's a tribute to Ron Washington. And that's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
Damn it.
Well, his was the only one that was not just disgustingly vile. And that gets my vote. Buck Swope.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom for me.
By a mile, stay at home.
Chairman Curtin Jackson kind of ganged up
that was
on
the
us
best
right there,
email.
Doug.
That was the best email.
I thought Droid Effects was live for wishing me the MFF. I mean, that's a...
Buck Swope did some fact-checking.
The Han bombs and beef carpaccio.
And knowing that Doty's downswing also, the way he's able to compress the ball, I mean, my goodness, the divots he takes up. All right, Doug, BK and Ferrario are coming up next. You can always go back and podcast the program. The podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company online at schaeferdoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com. Tim McKernan and Doug Vaughn and Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt Martin Kilcoyne with you. It's TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, BK and Ferrario next year on 101 ESPN.